أصحاب المعالي، الضيوف الأفاضل، السيدات والسادة، نرحب بكم في مبادرة بناء القدرات التي تعقد تحت رعاية صاحب السمو الملكي محمد بن سلمان وسمو ولي العهد ورئيس مبادرة بناء القدرات المسؤول عن تنظيم هذه الفعالية العالمية. نود أن نشكركم على مشاركتكم في أول منصة تعاونية عالمية مكرسة لمعالجة التحديات الدولية والفرص الدولية في مجال التهدف إلى تمكين أجيال المستقبل للوصول إلى تحقيق إمكانياتهم التامة. ونحن ننضم هنا في مسرح النجاح في منصة متخصصة لتعرض بعض الرواد في المبدعين والرواد في المملكة العربية السعودية الذين يشكلون الطريق إلى المستقبل. سوف يكون لدينا فرصة الاستماع إلى قصصهم ومرورهم ونجاحاتهم. هذه الإنجازات ألهمت تمكين وإلهام قبل الرؤية 2030 والتغيير الذي قاده صاحب السمو الملكي صاحب السمو الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وصاحب السمو الملكي ولي العهد محمد بن سلمان. مسرح النجاح سوف يستعرض مختلف القصص بما في ذلك قصص عالمية ومحلية التي تشدد على المواضيع الرئيسية لإطلاق الإمكانيات وتعظيم المرونة واللتان ضروريان لمبادرة القدرات البشرية. أنا الحارثي أحد قصصي اليوم، سوف أتشارك معكم هذا المسرح مع المتحدثين الأفاضل اليوم. سويا سوف نشترك في نقاش وتكنولوجيا حديثة متقدمة وتقدمات علمية وموضة وصناعات إبداعية ورياضة وكذلك أيضا استكشاف مجال الفضاء. سوف تستمعون إلى تفاصيل عميقة حول بناء القدرات عبر إلقاء الضوء على الدوافع وكذلك المراحل الأساسية في قصص نجاحهم في قطاعات مختلفة. هذا المسرح سوف يعمل كمنصة لمن الذين يرغبون في معرفة المزيد حول تطوير القدرات البشرية وتعزيز تبادل المعرفة وتعزيز التفكير المتقدم وكذلك أيضا النمو المتعاظم وقطاعات ذات التأثير العالي في قطاعات التأثير العالي. المتحدثين أسسوا أسس لقيادتهم وأثبتوا نجاحهم وكذلك أيضا مساهمتهم الكبيرة في مجالاتهم المختلفة، وهم يقودون بمحفزات داخلية لترك أثر إيجابي في المجتمع ولإلهام ثقافة الممكن عبر كل المجالات وكافة الصناعات. إن قصص النجاح سوف تكون في الحالتين ملهمة وكذلك أيضا
reshaping industries, attracting investments and generating employment opportunities, as well as enhancing sustainable development. As we celebrate their achievements, we look ahead with optimism, knowing that the coming generations are poised for greater success and impact in the coming years. Once again, welcome to the success stage. We hope that you will be inspired.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Unveiling the Power of Aesthetics, Fashion as a Social Impact Tool.
السلام عليكم جميعا وأهلا ومرحبا.
And you are most welcome, ladies and gentlemen, our dear youth, in a very interesting session within the human capacity titled Creativity as a Tool for Impact. I'm Director of International Program in Mohammed bin Salman Misk Institution.
For those of you who do not speak Arabic. حديثنا اليوم مع صاحبة نظرة إبداعية.
Our talk today will be with a very leading pioneer. She managed with her creative thoughts to reach with her name and the name of the kingdom into globe in the fashion sector. She's the first Saudi woman that she was shown on Vogue magazine cover photo. She was chosen as the first ambassador, Saudi ambassador for fashion. Welcome with me with the designer, global designer and creative director behind the Hunaida trademark. She's designer, and Miss Hunaida Sayrafi, the founder and the creative manager of Hunaida Company. Hunaida, we are happy to have you today with us and to open this success conversation today with the first session. I talked, in fact, a little bit about your career. You are the first Saudi women in many things. Could you please start from where your passion start and what is their career? Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank for being with us today and joining us the success story for my trademark, Hunaida. Normally, the passion or the impact starts from the home. And unless it is not from home, there is impact from home, then it will be from the surrounding environment. Continuity and working and my passion for the fashion world started from my house, and I learned it from my mother. My mother was one of the influencers on me, on my loving the fashion sector. Well, that is great. It started from your mother, and then how it moved towards second step from home into most well-known fashion houses in the world. The story might be long, but I can say that I felt my passion for ethics and learning about different cultures in the world and about Saudi Arabia since my young age. Everything falls under my hand. I used to turn it into fashion. Anything that I see myself since young age in the red carpet. I see myself since I'm young, small, that I'm creative in designing costumes, which is up to the level of our heritage and to the moral value of fashion. Of course, because this vision was not clear since when I was young, but after study and after learning and studying King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah, which I highly respect. So my professors who played great role in directing me and in deciding my preferences and to extract my creativity from inside me. Since then, after a while, after many attempts, I tried to work to establish my own brand that can compete with global trademarks in which I have very passion to see and wear. So the idea was to start something that does not exist before at such level. This was kind of a challenge for me, and I'm well known. I'm very proactive. Sometimes I'm reckless, but no, I'm proactive. But in fact, I discovered with experience that the proactive people who does not fear, who follow his passion and his thoughts, although many people who there might be spoilers, but they do not understand about this human being, they might think that he is outside the reality or his thoughts are unrealistic. However, my thoughts are realistic but are active and creative. Normally, creative people, creator in the past, they're not understood in our community before, but thanks God that today with developments in the government and government support, we have many areas in which we can talk about with you. So thank you so much. That is great. I might be biased to King Abdulaziz University because I am from that university. It is very important when you talk about being reckless. Reckless sometimes might be, or proactive, it's important. Sometimes it might be a little bit too proactive and to have bold, to take specific decisions that might not clear for all people around you at that time. That is true, even now. Even now. And of course, as it is said, someone who is proactive, who can take risks, will discover himself, can reach to his goal. And the support either from home or social support, economic support, all this will help us to reach our goals. You talked about being left for the heritage in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the culture in general. How was your role in promoting on bridging the gap between the Saudi heritage and fashion and take it to the globe, considering within 2030 vision? We have a treasure, in fact. The surrounding environment is very inspiring environment. We have many people who are creative now. One of our goals of Hunaida company is to take this value this great precious value from our legacy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and to educate our community from among the Saudis, the new generations, and to promote this passion for our Saudi identity and Saudi legacy, and also to take it to the globe, to the world. My wish is to see Saudi fashion or Saudi costumes to be when the norm that is normal to be seen in the global stage. Our Saudi fashion or costumes has many creativity and beauty. What I did now by developing this heritage, this legacy, and so the traditional or folklore dressing or costumes, from my own perspective, that's to give them a modern touch that fits the modern women, that fits with a general taste. It is not only specified for a woman from a specific country or region, but for the woman who appreciate fashion or appreciates costumes that has a identity and love to be seen in a different identity. You talked in the backstage about the need while we're celebrating with our heritage, our legacy, and taking it and insert it into different costumes or artworks, we have to also maintain our respect for the heritage, our heritage code. It is very good that to be inspired from the costumes, from the Saudi identity, and from what enrich our community with the traditions and customs. At the same time, to portray this identity is the right way. I do respect our legacy. I distinguish it in a very beautiful way that supports such progress and development. I do respect it, and creativity should be in the right way and the right direction. Creativity in general has no ceiling, has no limits. So here we have to have a clear tendency when talking about Saudi identity and Saudi customs and how can develop them by maintaining their value and will not lose their identity. Here comes the role of creativity and real understanding of our significance as Saudis and our influence internally and externally through this identity and culture, which can enrich our community as well. That is wonderful, great. We're talking about the kingdom and talking about the developments occurred in the kingdoms within 2030 vision. In your opinion, how did the kingdom manage to create opportunities for youth in the creative, particularly in the fashion sector, and how they empowered Saudi women to succeed in these areas? Empowering is for a whole generation, for all of us, not only for women, and we are part of this group. In fact, opening there is economic empowerment, social empowerment, and also creative empowerment. They open areas and space for us. We have Minister of Culture, which under its umbrella, the Fashion or the Customs Authority, that has helped a lot in cutting long distances that could have been done in many years, but we did it fast. Very quickly we developed. Our base of development and growth is unprecedented base. The government support now at different areas, particularly in the customs or the fashion, because this fashion it's an economy in itself, and we are from many countries, and now we are out to build this ecosystem through integration at different areas, through music, through arts, through fashion sector. See the culture of building for the human being and to develop them to self-development and to empower him. We have many programs also for developing or for self-development. This is one of the important areas in which we can take advantage of and learn from. And are we on the time? Yes, we are good. It is very good, really, to confirm to all youth in the kingdom that they have to know about all these initiatives and empowering initiatives by different entities. These conferences being organized now, are for costumes or for fashion, all events under the Fashion Authority, which organizes a different country and the kingdom, and starting from Riyadh, the Fashion Week in Riyadh, all the way to all events that in which they have adopted the creators in the fashion sector and has involved with many Saudi competencies. So they have brought the global and internal and Saudi competencies and merged them together and reached it into a wonderful ecosystem that through which it helped building in the sector and to unleash them in the market later. It is just the beginning. It is not the beginning of support. And after that, hopefully, the outcome will be seen very soon in the Saudi market. Hopefully, if you allow me, just give us an example. We talk about behind the curtain about the example of empowerment in your story. You started in 2016, right? How this changed from the beginning of business or the brand in 2016 till date? How do you see the empowerment throughout these years? It was self-development, in fact, at the beginning. Of course, there is quite a big difference between how and what is happening. I'm going to mention the government support also, which I benefited from, and from the fashion authority and the Ministry of Culture. When I started, it was not clear for me. I started like as proactive, like how to somebody telling me that a dreamer, nobody's going to believe you. Many attacked me and told me, why don't you go and invest in a brand which already exists? I told them first, I do not have the financial capabilities to invest in an existing brand. Second, I have a passion and confidence and a dream that to have something to do something competitive. Why didn't I change the stereotype of Saudi women or the Arab woman that she is just go and spend money and just contribute in the economics for the global trademarks? Of course, they will come then, but they are competitors to us in the market. But still, we are proud to have these brands in the kingdom, of course. But also, I want to have my own competitive brands and change this stereotype to create a brand with high quality, Saudi brand of high quality. Nobody believed me that time, as if I was talking in vacuum. Tell so my persistence and have abandoned many of things that it was in my life to reach into my goal. It was experience, the bitter sour and sweet and sour experience. What left is the success, however. Success, in fact, is what beautifies the bad days at the end of the day. Very, very wise words. Very wise words of you, really. And I would sometimes stay overnight. And what wakes me up myself, where I fall short, and I started alone, all alone. Of course, there is some family support and friends support. I cannot deny that, of course. The public license, for instance, at the beginning of the march, or the beginning of career, is very important. That should not ignore that. It opens doors for you. Even though who can buy from you at very small amount of money as first support for the first time, you feel with your success when you see that he continue with you and become a loyal client without knowing that he came to purchase first time because of the quality, because of being happy with you that you succeeded in this sector, in this industry. That is it. Thank you. Remind me, really, I hope that all those who spoilers who did not now they are clients. Yes, true indeed, they are clients now. One of them purchased for their family from me. One of those spoilers, especially now, when you listen to you talking today, might not know the past, how difficult was it, and to reach into this stage now. And today, your customs were by many actors around the world. Thanks God, I started with 2 employees. Now I have more than 30 staff members, all of high quality, and the development is continuing in the future as well. And to build a trademark or a patent is not an easy job. Today, now, and the future also, and at the present, and in the past as well. It needs a lot of effort and a lot of experience, learn and knowledge, etc. I have asked this question that in the past, you are the creativity director of your own brand, right? Okay. do you go participate in the operations? You start with 2 staff members. Now you have 30. Why do you decide to be the creativity director instead of CEO? Creativity cannot just sit in the desk. Sitting at a desk will kill creativity. I'm thinking about how can I manage a company, for instance. This will delay the ideas and thoughts that might come to my mind to develop this brand. And each thing has its own area. This ecosystem will be successful. We need to have the institutionalization in your company, or the creator is a creator and we need to have someone who can manage the financial issues, can manage the company in general, from the cargo, paying attention to the quality, paying attention to the you have an ecosystem, of course, and all who are here can see it, of course, and can know what are the basics of building company in the fashion sector. While talking about systems now and laws, in your opinion, how to maintain this progress in the legislative related to fashion, and how does such legislatures impact this industry? Today, we understand that the world of fashion is moving towards sustainability, to have a green planet, not to be negatively influence negatively, but to support this trend, this approach. One of the laws enacted recently to protect the environment is that to ban many brands that produces many of fashion, and sometimes they have some stock of their products. So such a stock, sometimes they cannot deliver it, and they get rid of it in different ways. So by banning this, which has shocked these brands would have greater stocks, and they have minimized the use of plastics in the customs or in the fashion in general. All of this has led to creating more restrictions or disruption to the brands that produce in high quantities. And when they produce small quantities, I do not have a stock, very few stock. I know how to get rid of it or dispose it off. If the global brands or the previous brands that has preceded us for 100 years or more, they start apply this approach, whereby they looking for recycling or use it in a different way. They minimize the number of the products. Second, they open new doors or channels to sell the pre-loved or pre-owned marks. Now, the market now for the pre-used customs in all shapes, it is rising greatly. Anyone who invest now in the customs or the fashion world, this is the first area they can tackle. And instead of creating from others where others started, he may start from a new thing, start from the sustainable fabrics, minimize productions, for instance, or to bring on the now many of the trademarks use third arm to enter the pre-loved world. Before years, we don't have that before for many reasons. The first reason is that we have an ecosystem of social cooperation. Even hiring customs does not exist before. Many people, they purchase their dresses and donate them to charities for the needy people. So it goes to be recycled to such way. Now, the concept of pre-loved or used customs or hired customs has a great market now, large market now. And it became infiltrated in our community. If I purchase a used bag, I feel proud and I said I purchased a used bag because I'm helping the community, that I minimize the consumption or minimize the damage on the environment through this way. So we need change in the concept of reuse. Yes, the reuse is a wonderful, it's a good thing, in fact. And it is a new market as well, which is conquering the world. And now it is it's developing now, in addition to other brands, has competitive prices. Unfortunately, this is the last question to ask you, because we're in short of time. Considering that the forum is talking about the human capacities and being prepared for the future, what is your advice to the youth who are striving to achieve success, global success, and to be innovative and to spread the kingdom's name as a pioneering in the fashion industry in the world? We have to first of all have to build our competitive market locally. So also I'm talking about technology. Now it is the first way for development in different areas and to develop the fashion sector in particular. Today we have different models made of AI, factories using new tools that the new technology, the way of manufacturing, is changing now. So to explore in this area, and also to start from there is the right path to have a future promising brand, environmentally friendly and competitive, and of a different identity, a mixed identity of Saudi identity and global identity, to be distinguished in its appearance and its quality. Last word from you. I don't want to leave you really. In fact, I'm very enjoying your company, and I hope that we'll have with government support and within the 2030 vision and the many upcoming 2040, 2050 visions, and so on and so forth, and we'll have a very promising future. And wish you all to be pioneer, to be proactive, to be risk takers, and to learn from others' experience, which are available now. So to use or to employ our efforts to achieve successes. Hopefully we'll do that. Thank you, Ms. Hunaida Sayrafi, for a wonderful discussion. I really hope that you have more time for this discussion. Thank you all. Join me in applauding Ms. Hunaida Sayrafi. Thank you for your listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Beyond Borders, Beyond Boundaries. Forge your future and become a global change maker.
Welcome. Where's the... Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to see you all here today and wonderful to be here. I'd love to introduce our speaker today, Joud Wasil Harthi. She's an international lawyer and peace-building advisor. She focuses on conflict resolution and prevention, political affairs, and the role of the international community in addressing global challenges. Joud is the first Saudi woman to be appointed as a political affairs officer in the United Nations Executive Office of the Secretary General in New York. And prior to that, she worked on policies and peace-building projects at the UN's Department of Political and Peace-Building Affairs. Joud has worked in various international law firms, as well as the California Central District Federal Court and Lawyers Without Borders. And without further ado, welcome, Joud. I would love for you to tell us a little bit about how you got into this career in global peace and security affairs within international organizations.
Thank you so much, Hannah, and it's very glad to share the stage with you as well. Welcome to everyone. In terms of how I came to narrow my focus on global peace and security, I would highlight three things essentially. The very first thing is that the interest has, to be frank, been there since a very young age, which is that I've always been quite curious about why are things the way they are? How do things work? And that really drove me to then study international law. During my studies, I'm sure all of you know from your years of schooling that there's so much to learn from textbooks. But really now that I can look back at my time in international organizations, I can tell you that nothing can prepare you or teach you enough about international organizations and the field of international law, humanitarian, global peace and security, multilateralism, such as experience. Experience is really what I would say has taught me the most. And so what was more important to me is to take what I was learning from the textbooks and take myself to the real world. And in that I pursued experiences. For example, one of my very first internships actually was in the UNDP office here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. I then worked as well in the Central District Court in California, the federal court. And again, what I learned there, the insights, the challenges, the lessons, is something that you can package. And that package is how you learn your strengths and how you can carry that with you then to your next. It's pivotal moments, and they're more of stepping stones rather than destinations. That brings me then to the next point, which is impact. Impact is really what attracted me to this field. And this field really is integrated with economy, situations on the ground, crises, environment. It's so interlinked. And so the impact that this field can have is something I've always aspired to create a positive impact for. And seeing how tangible it is, it's something we hear in the news, it's something that affects our daily lives. Seeing that tangible impact is what really drove me even more. And the last point I would highlight is the word complex. Anything, we all experience it, even on the local and one jurisdictional level, things are already quite complex. But once you scale it to the international dimension, once it's multi-jurisdictional, once it's multi-layered, once you have cross borders, the complexity of the problem, the complexity of your deliverable, your solutions, your responses, that was very motivating for me. Yeah. And I would say those are the three things that frankly took me from international law to then working eventually in global peace and security.
Yeah, fantastic. Actually, I speak to a lot of young people in my research, and one of the things that they're terrified of is the complexity of the world, right? And this uncertainty that we live in. And they're really worried about how they can be competitive. So I think that it's, especially how they can be competitive in the international community. I mean, you obviously have worked in international organizations beyond the kingdom, and that is what scares a lot of young people today. So I'm interested in how you navigate the competition within that realm.
Thank you for that, Hannah. And you touched upon it. It is quite a competitive field. And it's competitive for several reasons. But first is the fact that global affairs attracts the most high achievers across the globe. Yeah. So the pool of candidates is vast and diverse. How you stand out, how you decide to package yourself, that's really what it comes down to. And what I would highlight here is that this field quickly is always rapidly evolving. Not even day by day, it's second by second. We see summits every day. We see on the news the situation every day. We see the economic situation as well. So it's quickly and rapidly evolving, meaning as well as the needs for new talents, new insights, forward thinking. It's important not to only look at your own self-improvement. I do believe it's a personal responsibility to look at the needs of the field you're in and not only respond to it, but as this session is titled, go beyond. Because we are shaping the direction for this field. We all are shaping our industries. And so I would highlight, first of all, is respond to the needs that are continuously evolving. Second thing in this particular field and looking at the competitiveness is, I've touched upon it in my first answer, you have complexity. But alongside complexity, you also have the multi-layered issues, and then you have intersectionality. All those are quite different in their own. Complex, intersectional, multi-layered. In the little moments we have, I'll highlight mostly intersectionality here, because
It's my favorite one.
exactly. And intersectionality is not only something in the work we do. The field that I work in, it's intersectional, again, with humanitarian issues, global peace, with development, with governments. This intersectionality isn't something that you only think of in a way that it's layered. It's how do they interact together? How are they interconnected? How do they play around each other? How do these create consequences for each other? When I look back at my journey, I would say that my diverse experiences where I was pivoting, international law to litigation, to then Lawyers Without Borders, to also then working in projects, high-level policies, all that gives you the eyesight for intersectionality. Not just to see it, but to work with it. And that's why I'm always pushing for people to obtain a very diverse experience, so that you do not think of problems in silos. Our solutions can no longer be in silos. Our solutions must be as intersectional as possible. And to also have the awareness, as I said, complex is one thing, multi-jurisdictional is another thing, and intersectionality is another thing. And if these are the problems, then our solutions must as well reflect these three elements.
No, that's fantastic. And just to say, the reason I think that intersectionality is so important is because you understand that solutions have to be tailored, because it will be one thing if you have a problem as a woman than it would be as a woman that's living in a different country, as you say, multi-jurisdictional, but also in poverty, for instance, or in a minority, or so on and so forth. And so it becomes important to look at how you can solve things and how the different dimensions of each individual, but also each community and each country and, you know, the international world, all of those are interacting with one another and means we're going to need to tailor things differently. So what you do is not easy. Actually, it sounds incredibly challenging, especially thinking about how complex our world is today and how divided it might be as well. So, you know, when I think about what you do, I think that it's important to have voices that are more diverse. And I wonder about the challenges that you face. And in interacting with people in these communities and thinking about these complex, multi-jurisdictional and intersectional issues, what kinds of challenges are you dealing with?
That's very well put, Hannah. Thank you. Each field has its challenges. I would say certain challenges are quite unique to this specific global affairs, global peace and security. Of the many challenges, I'll highlight for you three. I would say number one, and it's particularly because of the work I focus on in conflict transformation, conflict management, creating sustainable solutions. Number one is making quick decisions. The situation is always rapidly evolving. And we see that, as I said, per second, not only per day, not only per month or per week. So the ability to make quick, efficient decisions with a mitigation plan for risks is extremely critical. There will always be risks. So strategic planning for that has to be included. And to make these quick decisions very confidently, we see a huge difference in terms of positive impact in which decisions are made. It's not necessarily that the faster the better, but the real thing we're seeking for is how fast can our response be to be as efficient as possible. And so that's the number one challenge. That brings me to the second challenge, which is stakeholder management. The stakeholders you have on the table is extremely important. And this imaginary table we have in terms of working with international cooperation, you'll have governments that are local organizations, international organizations HQ. You'll have the locals as well from the country. This imaginary table doesn't exist. It's actually across the world. So how you go about to choose who is on the table, how to manage the table, and who needs to be there and forwarded with us as well in the solutions, that's very critical. So managing the stakeholders will have a huge impact on the sustainability of any solution or any deliverable you have. And then that brings me to the very last challenge that we have, which is limited resources. the needs of this industry are also evolving. There's a huge need for all kinds of resources and tools. But the availability of these resources, and whatever shape it looks, it's not only monetary resources, it can even be people with capabilities. So these limited resources that you have, you must think as fast as possible, which of these resources should I use, when to use them, the timing as well, and how to go about using your limited resources with the full awareness that there's always risks. So therefore, we have the mitigation of risks. And that's the 3 challenges, I would say. The limited resources, how to work with that, managing your diverse international stakeholders, and the last one is quickly and rapidly being able to make confident decisions efficiently.
That's really interesting. Actually, I want to pick up, before we go on to kind of thinking about the future, I want to pick up on one thing that you said, the imaginary table. I really like this idea of thinking about, you are thinking about all the stakeholders, but they're not always in the same room. So how do you feel about kind of being a member at that table? And especially as a woman from Saudi, how important is your voice on that table? This isn't that table.
Being on the table.
Yeah.
I think it's very critical to be on that table because I have seen from my own experience the value and the difference that it makes when representation is there in international organizations. And I believe that already we are making advancements in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with our international cooperation, multilateralism, global affairs, and political affairs. And these advancements, I do view that it is our responsibility, as all of us as ambassadors for the country, to scale it up.
Yeah.
And so, in fact, my ambition is that each table, for each international organization, whether big or small, to have a Saudi representation in it. That representation is not only of benefit for us, but in fact, it is a benefit for the world.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is when representation is done right, you will see that the sustainability of international cooperation and multilateralism, and it will be enhanced and advanced. And so, frankly, it's a win-win situation, and that is critical. It's not simply a win-win, to be honest. I would highlight that it's a necessity, especially in what we're seeing in terms of global affairs as the situations are evolving every day. It's not what it was before 10 years ago, and we won't be where we are today in 10 years. And so I'm quite optimistic about the future.
I love that you're optimistic. We need more optimistic people that are at the table pushing for the brighter outcomes, and especially that can envision a more peaceful world and work toward building peace and a place where people can thrive and develop their capabilities. And that was something that came across this morning in some of the main sessions, where we were thinking about what we need to be a foundation in order to then build a society full of capabilities, and a society where people are thriving and people are learning and people are building. And one of the, I think, the things that was really interesting that was brought up was this idea to be able to make a choice. And I think, without the security, it would be really difficult to make choices. And I think that, I wondered if you wanted to speak to that a little bit more. The choice that you've made to kind of be in this position, and the choices that you think we need to enable people to have and kind of equip people with.
No, thank you for highlighting that, Hannah. The choices we all make are important because they should be, and I would emphasize, strategic choices. The strategic choices we make both on the international level, the national level, but also the personal level. See, it is my belief, and I've seen it within my own journey, that each one will feed into each other. My personal decisions then escalated on the national level, taking it to the international dimension. And what I want to emphasize as well is that that decision, that choice, is to be made by each and every individual in this room, in the country, across the world. Every industry is represented and needed in international cooperation. So whatever your talent, your capability is, it is your responsibility to scale it up to the international community. And I say it's a responsibility because, frankly, fostering that talent, the benefits and I would say, the achievements and the reward will be on a global positive impact. And so I do believe raising capabilities is both on a personal, national, and international responsibility.
Yeah, and it's interesting because your choice to go into law opened up so many doors for you, right? And, you know, did you think that you were going to be in the field of peace building when you made that choice?
That's an interesting question. Foresight is important, of course. I think ambition is important. Strategic planning is important. But as I said in my first answer, throughout my journey, the choices started to become clearer. And that's where I emphasize for people that the milestones you reach, know how to capitalize and maximize on it for the next stepping stone. Yeah. Those stepping stones are personal rewards, but also for the national, international community. Did I know going into law? I had my interest, I had my ambition. I remember reading textbooks about international cooperation and multilateralism. But really what took me forward is when I simply took my textbooks and transferred that and translated it into my own personal life and experiences. Yeah. As I said, the textbooks are not enough to teach you about what the reality is in these institutions. Knowing what I know now, I would emphasize that everyone should obtain international experience if there is an ambition to work in international organizations. The insights are unlike any other field.
No, I think that's really important because, I mean, again, one of the things that I do with young people is always tell them to plan, right? But I also tell them to plan in pencil because there's forks in the road and you never know if your plan goes off the, you know, the one fork and you kind of veer down the other road, you might find that that's actually where you find yourself, right? So even for myself, like I studied development early days of my career and ended up really focusing on education and women's empowerment, which are quite different. And I think I did have a plan. And it could have gone down the peace and security route. It could have gone in multiple directions, but it ended up somewhere else. And I think that that's really important as a message to young people. Is like choices, plans, they need to be flexible, but exposure, as you say, is the most important thing. And if you do want to be at that table and a voice in the international community, then having that international experience, that diverse experience is very important. All right, I think one other theme I wanted to pull from something that we heard this morning was Ambassador Haifa Judea was talking about how important it is to really think about cooperation and multilateral cooperation globally. So I wondered, for you, looking ahead, what do you envision for the future of multilateralism? And how do you see yourself contributing to it?
Thank you, Hannah. The future for multilateralism is a big question we hear quite often, and it's repeated. And I think it is important to repeat that question, in fact. As you repeat a question, as you will start to re-examine your answer. So there is never one firm answer to what is the future for multilateralism. It is really, as I said, something that evolves day by day and depending on the events. So I would say the future of multilateralism really does, again, depend on the capabilities and the work of the international community. How do I see myself contributing to it? I see myself contributing on the global level and continuing to do so in representation for the international, for representation for us in the international community. And as I said, and I mean it, my ambition is that international organizations are needed, and what's even more needed is our efficient representation in them, small, big, in every industry, sports, global affairs, creative industries. That's important because when you're able to bring in the national to the international community, that's when the international community begins to work efficiently together. And as I said, we already are making enhancements and advancements on that side. We're seeing examples every day of how Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia, where they are at the moment and where we continue to envision, the plans are already progressing. So what I hope also, not just for myself in terms of contribution, but as nationals, is that we take the industries that each of us feel confident in, our talents and our skill set, And then we ask ourselves, how can I scale this to the international community? It is our responsibility actually to even take part of the multilateral level. Things are not so high and far away from us. There really is. It starts on the high level, but then you bring it to the national level, and then it is the individual personal level. So look within your industries, where can you contribute as well? How can you scale that to the international dimension, to the international community, and bring that forth? I'm an optimist. And I do believe that as we are all ambassadors for our industries, ourselves, and also our country. And I continue to believe in the beyond, as this session is titled, The Beyond. So I believe in the beyond for myself, for the country, and for everyone here.
Do you have any fears about the future, or at least lessons to deal with the fear and navigate through it? It's not easy thinking about taking my small local self and projecting it to the world, right? And being a player at a table that is full of people that are so accomplished and have done so much. How do you reconcile that fear and get at the table? Where do you get the confidence and the ability to represent your beliefs, despite maybe even people criticizing that or people being critical of it?
That's an important question. Interpersonal skill set is something that is very, very important. And fear is a given, I think, on the personal level in each industry. And that's why I emphasized mitigating risks, the ability to strategically plan, the ability to make quick decisions. But it's not simply that there's as much as I want to say that the margin for error is zero, there's always a margin of error possibility, and that is why analysis of risks is extremely important. I think if there's strong analysis and mitigation plans, that will already start to remove the fear. That's where confidence comes from. Yeah. In terms of the personal local level, how do you mitigate that? That's where I have emphasized accumulating your knowledge, a diverse knowledge, intersectional knowledge, knowing how to package that and bring that forth in whatever industry you have to the international community. So the confidence comes from, frankly, is accumulating knowledge, having backup plans, having mitigation plans. And lastly, as well, is, to be honest, looking around me today, both on the national level today here, on international community, the tools and resources we have with us today are unimaginable. We are truly, when we say we are capable of anything, that's not simply being motivational or optimistic. Looking where we stand today, back to 20, 30 years ago, we are within our hands, within our reach, is every possible knowledge and resource that we would need to tackle that fear, have the confidence, and be able to represent on the international community level. So, also tap into the resources around you, not simply within, tap also externally. There are, these days, the programs, the initiatives, there's plenty. And so I think the foundation for us to stand confidently and pivot our ambition is clearly there.
Yeah. No, and I think I want to just end with that. Use the resources, and one of the very important ones that we have are our networks and our social relationships and social capital. And I think we're surrounded by so many people here today that want to see all of us succeed and want to see us find a way to build human capabilities and build more Jud al-Harithis to help establish a more peaceful world where people can thrive. And it's been an honor speaking to you today. I wonder if you have one final message that you want to leave the audience with before we conclude.
Well, first of all, to thank you, Hannah, and to thank the organizers of this program. And as well, simply to say and to re-emphasize that I believe we are all ambassadors within our industries and within our fields, not simply in global affairs or global peace and security. It was really important to me to say that your talents and skill sets are something to scale to the international community, and that will be rewarding, you will see, on the national, personal, and also international dimension. And that's simply what I want to leave with you all today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
بروح ضغط 100 واجي اوكي
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. فعلا مقابلة الجمهور فيها رهبة فيها خوف، لكن الحمد لله إني كفيف ما أشوف، فشفتوا كيف إني في نعمة. لكن كانت الإعاقة البصرية نقمة في فترة من فترات حياتي. خلوني أقول لكم قصتي كيف كانت نقمة هذه الإعاقة البصرية في بداية حياتي. عشت طفل طبيعي، أروح وأجي زي بقية الأطفال، ما عندي مشكلة، مبصر في الحياة، لين وصلت مرحلة المراهقة. هنا بدأت تتغير حياتي، بدأت تتغير نظرتي للحياة، بدأت أشوف العالم بشكل آخر. فأشوف
different. My colleagues were different. Their ambitions were different. One wants to buy a car, wants to go play. Me, I was not seeing, but it was the beginning of my disease. My vision was going away. I didn't know for a fact that I would be blind in the future. I wanted to play more with my friends, but I couldn't. The visual impairment affected me, my schooling. My colleagues were seeing it, but I couldn't see it. But I was putting the book in front of my eyes. I couldn't see. That affected my future, my studying. My colleagues moved on, but I kept failing. I had got traumatized. I was in the dark. I was isolated. Eventually, I left school. I didn't want to go anymore. I wanted to stay home. That was the deal. I isolated myself in my home. I tried to get out of it, but I couldn't. My family, actually, they kept trying to help me. They suggested something. They were like, let's get you to a gym, go play some karate. So I've decided, yeah, why not? Let me try it. I started playing karate. I didn't know it was an escape for me, a place to withdraw my energy. I didn't know at the time. I was a teenager. I played it for 2 years. I got the black belt. I was so happy. I was playing karate and a championship. But I came back to ground zero again. My visuals started to go away. Even the gym itself told me, okay, goodbye, you cannot play again. And back to my depression, my isolation. I tried to help myself till one day my sister came in. She said that there is a program that will speak for you and read for you. Since you cannot read regular books, I was like, okay, let me try it. I tried it through the internet, and things started to open, doors started to open. I was happy. I was like, Abdullah, you can read now. So what about developing yourself? What about you continue your schooling? Your problem was you couldn't read, your visual imperative situation. I was starting to think how to start finishing my high school education, and my diploma was my dream. So this message is for you. If you started to help yourself, all the circumstances around you will work that to be independent and overcame and gain more confidence in myself, and my life just changed. My personality changed. This is many blessings from God. The International Committee of Karate started to allow people who have visual imperative issue to compete in international championship, and this is the initiative. And then I said imperative is it is not a blessing in some situations, so I need someone to take me off the stage. Thank you so much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
سيدات والسادة، نرحب بكم
thousand words.
إلى الحلقة النغاسية التي حول صورة تنقل 1000 كلمة، القوة الخفية للفن والرسوم المتحركة.
I don't think I should. Because welcome everybody
نرحب بكم جميعا
this 20-minute
في
conversation.
هذا النقاش.
The brains, the person behind Masamir, Mr. Malik, Nejar, thank you so much for your time.
No, it's a pleasure to be here.
Nahna, we were a bit on the fence as to whether we should speak in English or Arabic. And then we said we'll stick to the script and speak in English. So for those who would rather hear it in Arabic, if you can put these headphones on. Okay, starting off, you know, creators in the industry of what you do typically go to movies or shows. What made you decide to go down the route of animation creation?
Okay, so it's mainly two reasons. The first reason is just pure passion, in the sense that, like many of our guests here today, I grew up watching animation on TV. And so while a lot of my peers seems to have managed to grow out of it, I certainly didn't. I was obsessed with it. And my obsession slowly morphed into from how do I watch it into how do I make it. And so for the majority of my childhood and teenage years, that was my core hobby. It's basically how to make animation and flip books. The other reason was logistics of it, because early on I've realized that animation doesn't bring the usual challenges of when you're shooting a live action. It doesn't bring those usual issues regarding logistics. How do you go out? How do you shoot? So maybe I'm lazy, but I found out that if I just sit there in front of my computer, I can get the whole film. At that point it was short films, but I can make the whole film without even leaving my office. So these two reasons are the main drivers of what I was doing.
Did you have to be mindful towards cultural sensitivities in your pursuit of creative work? Was that something on your mind, that I have to be sensitive to certain things?
I mean, absolutely. It's not just from a safety perspective, but it's also a calculation that you need to do if you want to be successful. Because when you put cultural sensitivity into what you do, it manufactures some really interesting results in your work. So definitely that was a big motivator in what I do.
How long has it been since you started Masamir? How many years ago?
Masamir first season was launched back in 2011, so well over a decade now.
13 years.
13 years, yes.
So if I was to ask you from a technological standpoint, how much has tech advanced from 2011 till 2024?
Yeah, I think animation is very perceptive to technological advancement as opposed to live action, in the sense that because everything you do is on the computer from A to Z, then there's a lot of room for technology to create certain advancement in every point of the pipeline. And so we're recently noticing the surge of AI, and definitely there's a huge conversation about the ethics of using it. But on the other hand, there's definitely no conversations about the optimization that you can get from using AI. And so I definitely think that we're in the middle of great change when it comes to making animation. I think studios are going to be smaller due to these technical advancements, and projects are going to be cheaper, and more people will not be put off by their technical limitations, which is, I think that's a great thing.
Has it gotten, so what you're saying is that it's gotten more decentralized than centralized?
100%, because that's the thing that I was mentioning, is that the cost of actually learning animation is much more expensive when it comes to when it's compared to live action. And so I think these technical advancements are helping offset this cost, and so it's making it more accessible more than any other time for a vast majority of people.
Can you recall a failure or a challenge that you will forever remember from your early days or a couple years in? Is there something that you learned the most from?
Honestly, I think at a certain point I remember approaching a project with a little bit too much confidence, right? Because it was at the tail end of a few successful projects, and so I was on fire, and that's on that regard. And so I kind of just felt too confident, and that confidence made me regret the results of that project. And so, yeah, and I do have a few of those, but that was, I think, Masamir, the movie, the one that we released in theaters, it didn't perform as well as I hoped. And I think the reason was simply I was too confident. And so there was a shot of humility after that project, and I'm thankful for it.
Are you more humble today?
100%, yes, more humble. And I think we shouldn't lose that, because humbleness means spontaneity, and spontaneity is the creative juice of our industry.
I love that.
Yeah.
What advice do you give to young Saudi, Arab, whoever, up and coming, future creatives like yourself? Do you find yourself giving them a common denominator of advice?
Yes, I think aiming for small, doable achievements is better than being over-ambitious. And that connects to what I was talking about earlier. And I think go small. Remember the Volkswagen ad, think small. Because everyone is just thinking big. I want to create the best film. I want to create the biggest box office opening in Saudi Arabia and everything like that. But I tend to think that you definitely start small, start by achieving achievable quality, rather than burdening yourself with things that you might endanger yourself creatively when you're trying to pursue them.
When you made it onto Netflix with your last feature, was that a goal of yours? Was it something that you really wanted to achieve?
I mean, definitely, every aspiring filmmaker would like to work with the big names in the industry. And so that is, yes, it is fair to say that that was a goal. It was an apparent goal as well, because Netflix is such a big player in the market, and nobody can just pretend that they don't exist. And so obviously that was part of it. But I think the way I look at it, my main goal was, how can I have an international breakout? I think that was something that, a question I've entertained myself with for a very long time. And so that's why I thought Netflix was such a good partner in that film, because they give you the best opportunity to have this international break.
Yeah. So what's in the pipeline for you? Any upcoming projects that you can give us some information on?
I'm afraid due to legal reasons, I wouldn't be able to talk about a specific project, but obviously I'm in a state where I would like to create. Yeah, I was saying Masamir has been running for over a decade.
13 years, yeah.
Yeah, and so there comes a time, and a lot of people, more people than any other time, are starting to come, show up and say, well, do you have anything else? Yeah. So, and I will just say, maybe there's something in the works that could be Masamir 2.0, if you will. So.
Oh, so there is something cooking.
There's definitely, obviously, I have to be
always
doing something.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to close with this question, and I use it a lot on my show. What advice are you happy that you never listened to?
You'll never make it in Saudi Arabia. That was an insane.
Oh, you've heard that?
100%. I mean, today Saudi Arabia is one of the most progressive places on earth when it comes to be a filmmaker. But back in the early 2000s, people were a little bit pessimistic about filmmaking in Saudi Arabia. And thankfully, I never listened to that, because I've always believed that this country have the capability, or is a cradle for creativity. And so, although the legislations weren't cutting edge back in the 2000s, but I've always thought that, we had something interesting in terms of our culture. Saudi culture is such an interesting, and I'm biased, obviously, I'm Saudi, but there's so many incredible stories that we didn't share with the world. And I said, I have to double down on that. I have to double down on our stories and do my best to tell them to the rest of the world, because this is exactly the unique selling proposition that I come with as a Saudi filmmaker. Because while I might be a couple of $1 billion behind in terms of my technical prowess compared to the rest of the world, but I definitely compensate with our culture, our local stories. And I think that's, at the end of the day, what will bring people to theater to watch these films.
Well, thank you so much for your production.
Absolutely,
over
welcome.
The past 13 years. Content like yours, it travels. It's, if you want to call it soft power, it's an introduction for many people who don't know anything about Saudi or the region. They can be introduced to it by way of your show.
Yeah, I mean,
and your work.
That was, building on that, the most satisfying reviews that I've read about Masamir County on Netflix was someone reviewing it on Internet Movie Database, and in that vein they said, I remember it resonated well with me. He said, I never knew that Saudis had such an incredible sense of humor. And so, to me, that's soft power. I mean, that was a very rewarding review to read.
I think we have a good sense of humor.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Thank you very much for your time, ladies
You're
and
very
gentlemen.
welcome.
Malik Najer, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
تست. السلام عليكم.
السلام عليكم. طيب مساكم بالخير جميعا.
Good evening. I would like to welcome you all. I'm Ahmed Wafa. Today I'm going to be the moderator with our guest Faisal. I would like to thank the Human Capacity Initiative for hosting us, and it will be, I hope it will be interesting discussion. Faisal, I would like you to introduce us. Who is Faisal? Peace and blessing be upon you, and thank you all. I'm Faisal, graduate from Industrial Engineering. I did not practice my profession in the market, and I believe many, if you did not practice their specialty. I worked in the private and public sector. I served in consulting company, and then moved to one of the programs, transformation programs in one ministry, and now work in something similar to this initiative, which is how to link the opportunities with job seekers through company scalers company. Its goal is to link the competencies with job provider. First, I'd like to know more about scalers in the next sessions. In this session, would like to learn more about the competencies and the labor market. Could you start with competencies, and what is the major challenge that faces the job seekers in this area? This developing the capacities is very close to my heart, and today how to learn and the new modern ways of learning. If we focus more on the first part, that is competencies, we found out that the number of graduates annually is 300,000. I believe many competencies are within these graduates. If we shed lights, for instance, on myself, I remember in the primary school, I attended the 6 ways of thinking session, and today studied at the university. I was wondering how I was attending that course very early, and then moved in the secondary school, participated in talent competition, participated in the kingdom. This is another issue also add to my experience. And also I started my own business in 2017, and that enlightened me to what is the labor market, etc. However, I have a challenge that how can I communicate these competencies to people and to the labor market? This was a challenge which we're going to talk about later. To know more about the competencies and the challenges in the labor market. The people with competence namely faces challenges in this sector. How, from your own perspective, as with your considering your experience and the solutions are providing, how can we solve this problem? Excellent. First of all, there are more than one point for the employers. First one is that today there is no competencies. This is to be addressed by. I know there is competencies, but I don't know how to find them. This could be solved. This is the information issue. And information asymmetry, a lack of coherence in the information today. As an owner of business or a job seeker, I have competencies, but not necessarily known by the other party, and vice versa. The companies today also, we have many companies. If I may, Ahmed here, I would like to point to the companies here. The number of trade registers in the kingdom today, 1.3 million registers. Only 800,000 are active who benefited from the support program for the 3,100 companies. But if you ask someone who has 3 experience, if there's the number of companies he knows, he might count up to 3 only. So it becomes difficult today for the companies also to reach to these competencies, because I know they are there, but they cannot reach me. So as a scaler or another company, how can link me with these competencies? And this is what we talk about. As owner of business, my company today is a big company that might not have like human resources department, for instance, not a big company. I might suffer that to find people who are capable or in line with my requirements, or the expectations are in line with the competencies of the company. You as a scalers company, from programming, from solutions are providing, how can you solve the problem of people with the small businesses or people with businesses? And then we'll solve, of course, the problem of job seekers. Yes, indeed. If today we see there are 3 major challenges that are facing the linkage between the employees and employers, job seekers. The first point, as mentioned before, is lack of consistency in information. To solve the problem, today we work to give more details to both parties, meaning that today, if I access any platform, I will say Faisal was graduated from X university, working at X company, but I don't know how his salary is expecting. I didn't but not knew that. Second point, does he has profession period or not? If we want to employ him, if he's available or not. The second point, we're going to solve also to give this data point to the job seekers, or one on the providers of video interview also. Today, I'm Faisal, I'm Irsa, get growth, I have shown my CV, he's graduated, etc. He's a leader, he has any skills or not. But when I see video interview, you can understand his character, the job seekers, and I can say this Faisal is good, and it fits well to the job we're announcing. The second point is the expectation mismatch. One of the challenges today in the expectation mismatch, I graduated from university, and a sort of my colleagues employed at the biggest companies, for instance, best salaries. And I presume that most of the market gives the same salaries, for instance, provided by these two companies. What is happening is that I reject many opportunities because I want to get same offer like these companies. So I stay unemployed for many months, and after 3 months, for instance, I discover that the market is much bigger, as I mentioned before. There is 300,000 companies, and might be useful for any of these companies with a lower salary. So we're addressing this expectation mismatch by providing either for job seeker or the business more information about each party. Second issue is skill mismatch. Skill mismatch, like the 50% of people who couldn't get a job the first 6 months when graduated, they are in the specialty either very specific or social and arts, like applied linguistics, etc. What is happening is that normally people, they do career shift. So we're trying to do some upskilling program to specialize it in some verticals. We are trying to graduate qualified people in sales and client face, etc. Our purpose is to work to give upskilling to these graduates who now have the basics to be distinguished in this area, and then can fit in the job provided by the company. So what I understand from me is that if I am, for instance, my specialty is English literature, مثلا, or fine arts, through your platform, I can join good camp or training camp, through which I can do career shift. Enables me to join the labor market in different area. Yes, it will enable you to career shift and also to be competitive in this area. The challenge today, I can decide to go do career shift, but I don't have the required capabilities in such area. So having this camp will make you distinguished in this area. Today, in Human Capacity Initiative, we have so many competencies. As you said, 300,000 people are graduated annually. I believe most of them are qualified and excited to join the labor market. But many might not know about the scale platform, which could be different than LinkedIn, than Gulf, etc., than other forms. What does your platform provide to you as someone who graduated from university or applying for university job for another job? Today, the difference between scalers and any other platforms is that LinkedIn or Bitcom are distinguished, but as database. Today, I know Sarah, Saud are distinguished. This is their profile, but I don't have more details about them. I do not have what they did in this sector and whether their character are in line with my character, my culture in the company, etc. What we do is that we pre-filter those people, applicants. There are some verticals that we have specialized in client-facing function, sales, partnership, business development, customer services, and then we have open other vertical, which is marketing. We have an example that we always say, if you want everything, you will lose everything. So we need to focus on specific to provide an added value to both parties. What we do today is that when this pool of graduates, scalers, either do some if they pass, then their experience in marketing, in the market, they can link them to companies, unless we do some referral to the good camp. Today, we tell them you need some skills and capabilities. You have to join this camp to really. As for the companies, today I'm anyone I meet has already been filtered and not to interview or his data again and try to filter them again. So Faisal, today as a speaker or business, if I joined you forum, I want to know about the response and what to respond to me as a speaker or provider. What are the criteria makes me good to send this, which is the interview or personal interview? You are in open market with demand on supply and demand. Sometimes what we notice is that today whose profile is complete and video interview is complete, so he can access to the job opportunities is much faster because there is high confidence among the companies in this person. So the good will see Abdulaziz is good. I have all the details I need. Also, tell you story in the occurred. One person applied for one company. His profile was lost among different many CVs. He applied to Scales, joined one program. When referred to this company because they do confidence in our process, I employed immediately because he wasn't bad. What we did all signal. So don't miss him. This is one of the success stories. When did you start it? Today you are in the path of success, and hopefully the company that is growing. Any one example that from you, companies that benefit from your services, an individual who was distinguished person and also benefited and joined the job according to your recommendation. About the companies, there is a companies we did a success story with them. They have high demand for competencies and employment is very high. If they do internally, they need a complete HR team. But when they use any system, home skills or any other, this will accelerate the hiring process. We managed to help them. In 1 month, they hired 50 distinguished competent people according to the requirements. And this make them move to business, which will help them into reach to higher levels. This is about the companies. About individuals, this is another success story for individual Muhammad Hambashi. It's a very special story. He started in the retail sector, Muhammad, in Gaza, and moved to Kareem, worked manager. He has good capabilities, but still, the point, as we discussed before, he has the capabilities, but not unknown by other people. So we did some signal, saying that Muhammad is good. This is his details. So we market him to the companies. What happened is that he joined one company as a sales manager and continued with them for 1 year, and now he moved to another company as client partner, leading the partnership. But what is good is that today, when he became sales manager, he benefits from scalers to employ his team. So it's kind of a loop. The company benefited, and he benefited as well. I have one curious question here. Does a scaler employ from scalers? A good question. All our sales team now are graduated by scalers. And this was not graduated from one of our camps. We enroll him in one of the camps as well as prerequisite to join this job. We believe in our process, so we should better use it then. Some might go, you employ the good ones and send the others to the other companies. So what do you respond to? What is the response? Today, as I said before at the beginning, that the competence in the market are very high. Of course, I want to employ the best people, but to grow, other companies should be convinced with what we are doing so they can join us in this process. So we are very keen to employ the best people. We are also keen to employ the best people for with other companies to ensure our sustainability with them as partners. So having good competence with us and with our partners. I want to move now to the, not our skills in particular as a concept. I want to know what if we go back to And we explore that are graduated from engineering. You didn't study HR. You do not have technical experience. You did something that has nothing to do with you. It doesn't look like you. And God, you succeeded. How do you manage to do that? After God's blessing, and we are at the beginning, as I said, but today I believe that identifying the best partner and the team, we are very keen to bring people specialized who know better than we do in what we're doing. Like at the HR, for instance, we are very keen to hire the best competencies in the HR to be employed by us. About technology, when we started, we were two partners. Muhammad Al-Said, one of the best partners I'm working with. We do not have technical experience. When we started, all our technical work no code tool. So when we found out that there is demand for these services, and that we attracted a third partner, technical partner, has a great experience, technical experience. He added great to this work, technical. We are very keen to bring people on board who are best in their area, excellent in their area. And today, me as an individual, I believe in the competence in the human resources. We used to see many success stories. This was great motive. My partner used to work in the venture capital. I used to see that there is gap in all whenever they invest in company, the great obstacle is human resources. So we started in this direction. About the scalers, you talk about today you believe in specialization. You focus on sales, maybe on marketing, I believe, and business development. What is the future plans for the long and short term for scalers, and how can it be reflected in the community, benefit the community? Our goal in being specialized in our mission is to prove the validity of such solution. We see many indicators. We are going to expand vertically, and the last month we expanded from partnerships to launch marketing, digital marketing, social media management, etc. Our goal in the next 2 quarters to expand in other areas such as human resources and accounting. Could you believe where I want to go? Where are going to lead the company? What is your objective of this company that provides such solutions? We engage with the audience here. Before this session, I'd like to ask who knows skills before? I presume that 2 or 3 only knows about the skills. So good. The objective, when someone asks this question again, we see all hand are above. What will be the first platform about recruitment in the region? A question that came up to my mind today. You joined a free market. Many left the job. Many people would like to have something private of their own business, private business or side business or something to quit their job and pay attention to their business. Take your time in this and give people about your experience and what do they need to be successful in this area. I'm talking about my experience. I might not like to give advices, and others might be better than me, the audience, in giving advices. But about experience, at the end of the day, you do your risk matrix. You decide what the capabilities I have. Am I capable of building company? And then you find out what are the needs to build the company, and you find out whether these requirements are available. Today, like to build a company, you need to lead the team. You have to work with different stakeholders, government, public sector, and the clients you need to deal with, and have the teamwork you are working with. So if you have all these capabilities and you're capable of working with different stakeholders, this is a good point. Having a good idea also, and testing to this idea before work full-time in your own business. When we started as scalers, we were not full-time employees. I have been working in a job. So what the steps you did, and you make sure that this model is successful, and that you can take the risk and leave your job. 2 points. First point, we started to see good attraction. First, the growth rate was good. This gave us a motive to move forward and to expand this growth rate. Second, satisfaction we see from our clients was good. So this year we see good signs, and the size of the work increased compared to the size of work in the job. So it was a decision either to leave the side business, abandon it and continue my career, or abandon my career in the job and do my own private business. So it was a risk matrix that if I left, what is going to happen, what are the risks that I'm going to encounter. So I decided to continue my own business. What do you advise us? I want to open business, for instance. What is your advice? What the skills needed? I need to have to be able to manage such business. You know, there is operation, there is sales, there is team management. I would like to know what are the challenges I'm going to face. First of all, you need to be master of one, but not a jack of all things. You have to have the flexibility to do many things at the same time. Second point, you to have the persistence and to accept failure, because for sure during your career you have many obstacles, many failures, many obstacles. How to overcome them, how to reach to your goals. It is very easy to find the challenge and then to decide to quit and go back to the labor market. Ultimately, you need to know it's not necessarily that a specific area is better than the other. At the end, it is you, what you prefer most, what suits you. You would like to continue entrepreneurial, etc., or you would like to continue in the other track. So this idea itself could be an important part in success of the business, right? The idea itself is not enough, of course. The concept itself is not Slack. We use it today as a communication tool, like WhatsApp. We use it in business. Slack before they have the Flickr for. They do many things, but they failed and moved from business model to other. So it's not necessarily that the idea and the concept is the brilliant one, or that could be is a practical one. It's, for instance, if you want to do presentation, you have a good idea, want to do it in a PowerPoint or whatever, it might fail. So how you can do put this information in some page. So this also the same thing applies on development companies. Thank you so much, Mr. Faisal. I think we are done. I wonder if we have time to take questions from the audience, or shall we conclude? Thank you, Mr. Faisal. I'm honored to moderate this session, to know you, and to know. I was introduced to you before a few days, and I'm honored to know you. I wish you all the success, and wish to see you next year in the same initiative. And all people raising their hands. Thank you so much, Ahmed. We won a friend. And thank you all for being with us today. And thank you. Thank God. May God bless you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cultural Communications Across Nations.
هلا كلم خليك بسم الله بسم الله احنا لو درينا ان اغلب الحضور بيكونوا
If we wouldn't know, most of the present people to be Arabic speakers, but we arranged it to be in English language. If you don't enough English, please put on the headset so you can understand more. In case some of you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
You everyone.
You know, I think I'm at the wrong terminal, right? With these suitcases. Actually, these suitcases can be categorized as the following: business trip, vacation, which is everyone's favorite, and we'll talk about it later. So we all, us, are doing like a lot of travel, so for different purposes. But sometimes, you know, you go for a business trip, and here is the scenario. You arrive at the airport, they welcoming you with the international, like VIP transportation, take you to the international lounge with a lot of people from different backgrounds. So the check-in, the following day you woke up early morning, you get continental breakfast, and the agenda, and the meetings, and so on. And again, the lunch came, and it's an international buffet, which is the hotel offers for everyone stays at the hotel. So, you know, for 2 or 3 days, you actually in a country, ex-country, let's say Singapore, and you never been in this country before, but you still isolated in the business environment, and you still not engaged with the community outside. You ended up back to the airport, stop by the souvenir shop, you buy some gifts, even they are made of China, but it doesn't, no offense, but it doesn't belong to the country. So you missed an opportunity that the first time to be in the ex-country, and you never discover it very well. So let's move to this suitcase, which is everyone's favorite. You get yourself ready for a vacation trip with your friends, your family, or whatever. So you arrive the ex-country, they're welcoming you at the airport with the international package for like, it's designed for international people from different backgrounds. And they took you for a schedule that's planned by the travel agency, and they took you over all the landmarks, sightseeing that will known and popular, and you might see them in the internet on social media. So the spoken languages in that country is English. And the tour guide, guess what? He speaks more than one language. So there is no added value in that trip, which is okay. I've done this before, but my problem is that we missed an opportunity to be inside the communities and decoding the cultural identity to understand everything matter from different perspectives, but most importantly, to the culture itself. And culture itself could be, it matters from daily conversation to diplomatic relationship. So speaking of diplomatic relationship, here's a great story that back in 1953, when it was the coronation of United Kingdom for the Queen Elizabeth, King Fahd bin Abdulaziz was attended that ceremony. He was a prince on behalf of King Abdulaziz in that time. So King Fahd was placed in the front seat in the coronation of Elizabeth in the ceremony. So he noticed that the Crown Prince of Japan was behind him based on UK protocol, the royal protocol. So King Fahd, in a wise way, he respected Akihito, the Crown Prince of Japan, and he switched seats with him to put him in the front line, breaking the UK protocol, but as a respect. So guess what? When the Japanese, the Crown Prince back, he told the Japanese that story. So the Japanese, for this historical position or historical situations, the Japanese responded that making Saudi Arabia the first country that every Crown Prince of Japan will visit. And that became a permanent tradition for every Crown Prince to visit. He must visit Saudi Arabia as a first international visit. So why King Fahd acted that way, and why the Japanese responded that way? So in culture, there is something called cultural communication, and it has a lot of standardization. And I think there was a great book about this topic called Cultural Map. It's for the author Erin Meyer. She mentioned it clearly in terms of standardization. So some countries fall in context, and some countries fall in the other context. So there is something called high context communication cultural communication, and there is low context cultural communication. So Saudi Arabia and Japan in a high context of cultural communication, and that's what led King Fahd to respect the Crown Prince for his status, and that's what led the Japanese acted the same way. But let's say if we have two people from different countries but the opposite context, what would be the situation? It causes disaster. So we'll talk about this story, and it's tragic. It's back to 1990. It was like a 052 Avianca flight. It flew from Medellin, Japan, to the United States. So it was JFK Airport. So JFK Airport ATC controllers, well known as a strict, straight, and sometimes act rude. But you don't blame them, because it's JFK and a lot of traffic. That night was a stormy, foggy night, and almost over like 50 airplanes were circling over JFK to be allowed to land. So the Avianca flight almost ran out of fuel. So the pilot says to the co-pilot, "Would you please advise him that we don't have enough fuel?" When the co-pilot talked with the ADC controllers, the ADC responded that way. "Please, I will take you 15 miles northeastern, then we'll turn you around to the runway. Is that okay with you and with your fuel?" So the co-pilot said, "I guess so. Thank you so much." You guess so. You thank you so much, and you are moments from disaster. So if you read the transcripts between the ADC, and it's sad. You see how the Colombian pilots just like begging the ADC controllers that we don't have enough fuel. There is nothing called I don't have enough fuel. In aviation terminology, there is a magic word called emergency. I have to land, that's it. But if they just want to like, it's soft and tone. What the 3 minutes passed, the plane crashed. More than 200 people were dead. But why? Again, because the Colombian from a high context in cultural communication, and the New Yorkers are low in low context in cultural communication. And there is a great theory about Hofstede. He mentioned the cultural dimensions and clearly stated the power distance indexes. So the power distance, the Colombians see the ADC control as in superior position. So they just want to please them, not upset the ATC controllers. And they saw themselves as like subordinates. They want to obey the orders. So, but guess what? If you attend, and this is my personal story, and I would glad to share it with you. If you have this low communication context and high communication context, and you be in the middle, what do you lose? So we've talked about the positive between two nations and from the same context. So we've talked about the two nations from the opposite. So now we will talk about two nations from different context, but I was in the middle. It was 1980. I was in Mexico for a consultation project. So we were almost 25 consultants. I came from with the consultants from America. So we gathered with the consultants in Mexico to build a strategic planning project, almost like for 20 days. So, you know, we gathered, and a lot of people and different backgrounds, so clashes, disagreement over every step of the project, and that was just normal. When the project is over, we gathered and celebrated, you know, lunch party to, you know, clap for ourselves. So the professor said, let's make a friendly competition, and the winner will get a prize. And guess what the prize? You know, you came with a consultant from America, Mexico, 2 countries, and 2 universities, and 1 great company. So I just imagine the prize will be. So the prize was a taco. Yes, taco, Mexican favorite food. So the professor said, please nominate every team member in the group who got the high point in every group, and he avoid in cultural communication. So we were like 7 or 8 groups, I didn't remember well, but we nominate. So at the end, they called my name. So I was the winner. I got the highest point with the groups, and I got the prize, which was taco. It taco, but it means a lot. So the professor asked me, I hope I got the pictures, but, you know, forgot to send it today for our friends in the backstage. So, you know, the clubs and greeting me, and he said, do you know why you get a high points in the competition? Well, I said, I don't know, but maybe you are American and Mexican, you are always like clashing with each other, and as we see in the movies, you know. So I just want to step out, guys, and avoid your neighbors. You just, you know. He said, no. Listen carefully to this, and it's matter in every single moment in our lives. He said, you came with Americans consultant. So you act as an American, and you show your Americanness, because you've worked with them a lot, and you study with them a lot, and you've been with them a lot of time. So when you came from America, you show your professionalism as an American. But when it comes to the Mexican, it's the area where you belong. It's not your people, but you Mexican and you Arabs fall in the same standard of high communication context. So you were able to act professionalism with this country, and it's inherited in you for this country. And that's what led me to carry this bag from that moment and on. And I called it a cultural key. A cultural key that allows me to carry it in more than 100 countries to decoding the cultural key identity and build a great cultural bridge and break the invisible boundaries about every single moment about the cultures. It's not the communication yet, it's the culture itself. But when it comes to the culture, I've just talked about communication. And we've seen how it matters here, and we've seen how it's tragic here, and how I was able to maintain the level between two nations. So speaking about Riyadh and human capability, because today I think cultural communication affects any effort of human capability. And Riyadh today is becoming like a melting pot for a lot of people from different backgrounds. And as now, every organization in Saudi Arabia, or especially in Riyadh, maybe we have a meeting right now, at least 6 or 7 people from different backgrounds. If we know how to navigate, to work with every step of culture, human capability. We just want to show the people, show the world that Riyadh is a melting pot, and we don't want to waste our times in the clash and everything. I remember one time there is a deal with the Switzerland company in Riyadh. They took almost 3 years to sign the contract because they are task-based, and here is a relationship-based. So the problem is that decoding the culture itself will allow us to navigate success through everything: communication, feedback, scheduling, evaluating, and even the leadership. And for example, like Riyadh today, as we've talking about Riyadh, and we are talking about the diversity and inclusion, that we can, human capabilities to include people in everything. For example, Riyadh municipality are doing a great job in including the foreigners. I'm not saying they are foreigners, but they are our friends and who are living with us in Riyadh. So guess what? Next week will be a championship soccer match between who? Brazilian, European, Saudis? No. Indonesian. We never think about Indonesian. We have a soccer team match in Riyadh. So Riyadh did a competition for them and host them to be added value to the communities and countries and communities that are working here in Riyadh, to be added value to our community and help us for building a human capability. To conclude, I just forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Thawab, traveler. But I'm not just traveler. I just want to have one more thing before I end. In your lifetime, especially in travel, I'm okay with this suitcase. I've done them a lot. But at least for 1 day or 2 days, just give yourself 1 day extra and carry this bag and go inside the communities as a cultural key. Will help you a lot. And transfer your lifestyle and travel from just a traditional traveler to a local a resident. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Future-Proofing Your Talent. What skills and mindset do you need for tomorrow's world?
Wait. Oh, في موية هنا.
Ooh, hi and welcome everyone. So I just want to say I feel like the energy is a bit
أقول
Al-Jazi, what do you think?
Oh, we need more energy for sure.
We need more energy for sure. So can we say welcome to HCI? Woohoo! Let's get some energy. So I'm really, really happy to be here with Al-Jazi Al-Ahmadi. I'm super excited to hear and learn more about Al-Jazi. We met a little bit earlier today, and I told her, I don't want to get to know you yet. Save all the amazing information so when we get on stage, I can actually hear it for the first time, just like you, and be able to engage with her. So I just want to say thank you for making the time for being here.
Of course, I'm very excited to be here and talking to everyone today.
Yeah. And I really think that it's wonderful to have this platform, to have someone like you that we can showcase Saudi talent, showcase what females and young women are doing in different fields. I was telling you about my two daughters. They were here today. I wish they were here right now to see you, but I'm going to make sure I show them a segment of this and say this is the future of Saudi Arabia.
MashaAllah, your daughters are very inspiring as well. I saw them today.
So tell me, I want to get to know you finally a little bit more. Tell me, Al-Jazi, what is it about your life journey that makes you who you are? I want to hear a little bit about those turning points and just get to know you a little bit more.
Yes, of course. I really think there are turning points in my life where my path suddenly shifted. When I was a kid, my mom, who's right here in the audience, she placed me in مدرسة تحفيظ قرآن, and I was there من التمهيدي إلى ثالث ابتدائي. And then after that, the organization Mohiba came to be around 2009, and they had this test where they wanted to screen for talent across Saudi. And so they went directly to the schools. They told them, please nominate the students that you think have talent. And I was one of them, and my teacher actually changed my life because she nominated me. And from there on, I moved schools. I went to a completely different school, completely different curriculum, and I got so many different opportunities. One of them is the second turning point in my life, which is when I went to Olympiad al-Kimia. And I have a very important note here. So I really did not like science. Science is not my favorite subject at school. I really liked math. And so when I got this opportunity, I didn't want to go. I was like, why do I want to spend extra time doing more school? Like, I'd rather just stay in class and leave. And so the important note here is that my mom told me, you haven't tried it yet. You haven't tried chemistry yet. And so she encouraged me. She said, if you didn't try it, how can you judge it from now? Please try it, and then later on, if you want to leave, you can leave. It's your decision. And so I was like, okay, I'll go. And I attended the first session, and I was obsessed. I loved chemistry from that first day. It had a lot of math. It was very different from what I expected. And so I started liking science. Science meant something different. It's no longer the class in school. It's more this analytical journey where I solve problems using math and numbers. And so it was very fun. And then afterwards, my third turning point is when I went abroad. So I did my entire high school in Saudi, and then I got the opportunity to study in the US, which was a completely different culture, completely different academic journey. And so I was very excited because I knew that my interest lied in science and in engineering. And so I went there and I got one of the best educations at MIT. I studied there mechanical engineering, and I really immersed myself in the STEM culture, in the engineering culture. Like, I did everything that I could to train myself to become an engineer. And now, at this turning point in my life, I don't know what's ahead, but now I started working at Tesla, which is a very exciting place to be. It's like one of the hubs for engineering, and so I'm very excited for my next chapter.
Oh, that's amazing. And I love how you point out that there were kind of two influencers, at least, that helped you during these turning points, one being your teacher and the other being your mother.
Yeah.
And I think as we talk about human capabilities and how we build capabilities for the future, we're always talking about the role of teachers and the role of education, because education really is that pathway.
Right.
And it's so interesting to hear that that is really true to your story and to your
Very much
journey.
so. Yeah.
And not only teachers, but we talk about the household, the role that families play, the role that parents play, and parental engagement is one of the variables that often shows the difference in success rate for students.
Yeah, I really agree with that. It played a pivotal role in my life, the support I got from my parents, from the institutions, from my teachers. It's very important. And also friends, I have to say. I didn't mention them, but they were a big support, of course, throughout it all.
If you have the right kind of peer pressure, it can always
Yes.
be good.
Yes.
So then what are some of the valuable lessons that you've learned throughout that journey of finding your way and making it to Tesla?
Yeah, I think one of the important things I've learned is that learning takes time. So when you're in high school, everything can be maybe learned easily because you can memorize and then you think you learned, right? But then once you go to the real world, there are actual thinking, actual changes in behavior, in cognitive thinking, and those things take time. You won't suddenly be able to solve your problem set in 4 hours. It will probably take 13 hours, 18 hours in the beginning, and then the more you practice, it becomes an inherent skill, and then you can do the thing that you wanted to do. And so learning takes time, and then the other thing about learning, which is very important, is something I really think about, is how I'm able to learn. The other thing I've learned is that you can sometimes develop a habit to brush off learning. So you have something, you're like, I'll think about it later. And that thing, it will cascade eventually. It could. I'm not saying everyone will do it. I personally fell into that. And I'm like, okay, I have this problem. I can use the calculator, figure it out, solve the linear system. I don't have to do it by hand. I'll do it later. And then suddenly, all of my thinking becomes very inherent and very dependent upon something else. And so I think really investing your time and doing it to learn and putting in the effort is really something that can help you gain all of those skills. And then the second part that I really think about a lot is also time. So I think about learning and time. And so with time in the beginning, when I was in high school, I've had a lot of time actually. And there weren't enough opportunities for me to spend all my time. I still had so much extra time afterwards. So it was very easy for me to feel very good about myself, that I've utilized my time correctly because I signed up for everything there was, and I still had more time. And so that was very easy. But then the challenging thing is like once you reach a certain point, you have so many opportunities, so many things you can spend your time in, and you have to choose what those opportunities are. You can get so many positions that you can choose from, and then you have to think about, oh, what do I really want? How do I want to spend my time? And so that becomes very, very important, and it's a skill that I think is very important for everyone to develop.
Okay. So far what I've heard from you is that Al-Jazi is an ambitious, focused, organized, well-managed time, manage your time really well.
Yeah.
And I think what I'm also hearing and seeing is that there is an internal motivation that's driving you, an internal motivation that's pushing you. So this is us getting to know Al-Jazi a little bit more and understanding almost the characteristics of future leaders. So what would you say are points of failure or points where you had to learn something new and it just didn't go the way you anticipated or hoped?
Yes, I'm gonna touch back upon the point where I joined the chemistry Olympiad. So I was in the chemistry Olympiad. I absolutely loved it. And I was always internalizing myself on the international stage, winning a medal. Like that was my goal. That's what I was thinking about. And so I had this very large ambitions. And then at a moment in time, after years of like practice and training, I did not make it to the team. And so that point in my life was a big turning point and a big hit. And it's the first time where I felt, okay, wow, like I can't achieve my dream anymore. It's no longer possible. And so I had to deal with that. And I remember because I put a lot of stress on myself. Like I really put a lot of stress on myself, and it was internally put. Nobody from outside was like, you should do it. I wanted to do it. And so when I faced that failure for the first time, I was like, okay, what am I gonna do? Now I have so much time and I really like doing science, like what am I gonna do? And so I started just opening the books, like alone in my free time. I had like extra books and I just started learning. I just spent my time learning. I look at like the index and I'm like, okay, this seems interesting. I'm gonna learn it. I read the book and then I go online and then I read more about it. So I like try to learn and try to learn and try to learn. And I think that's how I dealt with my failures. Like, okay, this went, but at least I can still preserve my love for learning this thing. And I ended up actually, so we had a national test, a part of Mawhiba's advanced curriculum. And that was not my intention. I didn't mean to. I just went to the test and I just answered my questions. And apparently I got the top score like across the nation in chemistry. And the second best score like across physics, math, and chemistry.
MashaAllah.
And so it was like a big surprise. I was like, okay, like I didn't do the Olympiad, but I did this. Like I was able to put my energy somewhere else. And I think that's how I've been dealing with a lot of failures. When I don't get an opportunity, I focus on something else and I try to put my energy into it. And I think having this mindset of that this like very specific thing is not really the goal. It's more like the journey, or what you learn from out of it is the goal. Like the name is not important. Like if you don't get into Tesla, it's not the end all be all. Like you have to think about why you wanted to get in Tesla and you can achieve it somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I think that thinking has been...
Yeah. I love that you touch upon this notion and idea of mindsets.
Yeah.
We're always talking about, you know, you have to have the right mindset, think positively, but that's actually really harder to say than to do. And I think one of our themes here at the conference is how do we build resilience, right, to overcome uncertainties. And what you're saying, essentially, the advice you're giving us here is overcome resilience. Even if there's a failure, look at the other options, find how to use your passion and your interest and channel that somewhere else that also gives you self-satisfaction. And you'll see that you're still, maybe it's not the path you envisioned, but you still find, if you're dedicated, that pathway to get you to your goal.
There are so many paths to success, and if you focus on a single path, you think that's the way, it's really not the correct way to think about it, in my opinion, and I really agree with that.
And so in the few minutes that we have left, can you tell us now at this stage in your life, and I'll be curious, 10 years from now, I hope I still know you and I can ask you this question then too, what does success look like for Al-Jazi?
For me, success is very simple. It's like it's a state. It's a state of mind. It's an internal state that I feel. And success would look like I'm having fun in my job. I really like what I'm doing. I'm still a nice person. And I still can contribute to my community and make an impact. I feel like I'm doing something positive to whatever I define as a community. It can even be something very small. For me, that's how I see myself.
Okay. And then what advice do you have to young Saudis, particularly young female Saudis who are looking to work in the science, engineering, technology fields?
This is a very important question for me because I was thinking about what would I tell myself if, like, the younger me, and I think one of the things that we would have agreed on is that it's fun. Like, if you're thinking about a STEM career, you probably think STEM is fun. And so I think I want you to carry that with you because it's really fun. And then the second part of it is that you really can do it. It's not as complicated as it seems. Like, people always mention rocket science as something that's complicated. But then once you learn it and you learn like all the principles and the physics behind it, you're like, okay, this complexity is now more tangible. And I think the idea that you can do it, you can learn it is something very important. And then the third thing is, like, I think something that's helpful to me personally is look at examples of others that made it. And I think once you follow their path, you connect with people with similar goals and think about the people, your role models. I think that really helps you through your journey.
Okay. Thank you so much, Al-Jazi. يعطيكي ألف عافية. I enjoyed the session. I hope you all also had a good time listening to Al-Jazi. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Meet the Young Entrepreneurs, Revolutionizing Convenience Culture.
هلا وسهلا.
السلام عليكم.
سلام. بسم الله.
Peace upon you, everyone. Peace upon you. Good evening. Welcome, everybody, in success stage. This is the most important one stage. This is a time to highlight our youth succession. Abdurrahman Shanabad. He is the CEO of Ships. Naif Samiri, co-founder for Mersul application. Welcome everyone.
ممكن تبي لي اسئله بس ترى من الان يعني لازم نتفق هذا الستيج كاجوال فبنطلع عن بعض الاسئله.
They have written me some questions, but this is going to be casual. Abdurrahman, I do remember it was for families who produce products. And then the merge of every application delivery in Saudi Arabia, you changed to, you pivot to delivery, food delivery. This is an adventure. Why did you take this risk? What made the chefs actually succeed? And every other application has disappeared. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very glad to be here. I hope we give some add some value to this. And the entrepreneur journey is full of adventure. Since the first day you start your own adventure, we're looking for the hidden treasure, and we have to live with that fact. That you live in an environment and you work in an environment that's not usual to you. Oh, there is always hidden gems, and you're looking for success in a daily matter. We started in 2016 with a small problem to solve the problem of families who have products to sell. We figured out that easy, it's simple, create a platform to all families and connect them to the customer. Operating such a platform does not support and does not satisfy the customer needs and experience to order and follow up with their order and find products with high trust. We had a monetary problem to take fees and stuff like that. To operate your own company after a year and a half of operating, we thought, let's take another adventure. Let's analyze the market. We found a chance to get into a market that was not busy as much. We found the fine dining and dessert stores, and that was the first pivot to us in our trip. I'll come back to you. I remember our discussion in 2017, Naif. We see a lot of people who do shifts in their career. Abdurrahman, he was a cybersecurity major, and then he moved to major. Naif, you studied architecture. What did take you? Why did you move to service sector? Good evening, first of all, to everyone. Thank you for taking the time and being here with us. Thank you for your kind hospitality, and thanks to Abdurrahman too. Since I was a kid, I did like. I was not an entrepreneur growing, but a person who is determined, who likes business. I've tried everything. There is nothing I haven't tried. I was the closest thing to the thing that I like. I like art when I was in high school. I was wanted to be a filmmaker. I didn't find the major. The closest thing to it was architecture. Entering that field was coming behind from passion. In the second year of my college career, I was sitting with someone. I was like, This is not my place. I want to change. And I was telling him this is not my place, and he told me I went through that the last year of my college. It was the most beautiful time of my life. My colleagues and my buddies at the time were going out and stuff. And I was sitting in the library reading architecture books. This passion did not die till today. I'm still pursuing it. Why did I start Mersul? In reality, Mersul started in 2015. We wanted to solve a problem. Maybe our sisters here, women driving at the time was not an option. So there was a serious demand to solve a problem. You wanted someone you trust, someone to trust in your city. If you're Riyadh in Jeddah, someone he knows where to go. And we wanted to have a positive effect on our society and community. That was the first motive. I'm not gonna joke and kid with you. Money was an essential need, and one of my biggest interests to have a print, whether it was in the economy or the society. Ships and Mersul applications and many other applications. With their effect on the community, it's a lot and big. It comes to the stores that we introduced them to the new customers, to those who are driving and delivering food and open doors and feed their families. And this is in a short note. Abdul Rahman. The ship's trip had its own ups and downs and transformations. You went outside your domain to rent places and partnership with Mosim Riyadh season. Tell me about that transformation, how these opportunities came across and you communicated them. This trip is full with adventures and looking for the treasure. The ships had a competition. The competition added to us a company as us, centralized vision with the mission around a specific service. And this service moved from geographic area to another one. And the other thing, we wanted to be flexible. We characterized the specific type of customers that we wanted. Those customers, they want delivery. They order not because of hunger, but we identified people as two categories: people who want to enjoy their food and people who are hungry. Our customer, the one who want to have the experience. Our customer wants to have cake. And one of the capabilities you must have, you must understand the need of your customer and analyze it. They're asking for a cake because they have an occasion. They're gonna ask for something else like roses. So we entered the roses business. This customer also might need to use the platform for events. Why we enter booking to our arena. As we go, we added more services, pickups, catering, and more innovative services will come in the future. Naif, back to you. You went to ups and downs, women started driving, and this is a great slice of your customers. How did you overcome the challenges that you had? Mersul is growing and getting bigger. I have this question. I have another question also for you.
في الواتساب الى الحين تنزل صور بيوت واماكن حلوه وعماير. العماره واضح انه ما تغيرت يعني.
انا وعبد الرحمن نتكلم جالس ناظر المبنى مره مبسوط ما شاء الله من جماليه المبنى. اول شيء بالنسبه للسؤال الاول، التحديات اللي يواجهها رائد الاعمال او صاحب الشركه الناشئه تحديات يعني تنام وتقوم معاه، لا من ناحيه التشريعات، لا من ناحيه التحديات مع المستثمرين، لا من ناحيه تحديات مع الموظفين والتيم اللي شغال معهم.
The challenges between us and the team. This is a big reason. An entrepreneur called an entrepreneur. He sleeps and wake up on this atmosphere with its positive and negatives. What's the challenges of today and how we dealt with them? Thank God, the past period, as we invested in marketing, we invested also in talent. Today and today's initiatives subject talents are the treasure that we are looking for more than marketing. If we looked at the products and the things that we do, our budget for our talents is the most thing we pay on when it comes to research and qualifications. Today, Mersul and Shivs and Jahez, the phase that they started to grow in and they reached. If you went to Abdurrahman and me, and you told me, you told us that we're gonna sit down and people they're gonna talking in this stage. Anas was our boss and our mentor. I didn't have for 1% that my teacher actually will have me on this stage. And you stand on stage and you tell people about your story. I wouldn't believe it 5 years ago. This is not just saying it from this point. This is your passion. If this is your passion, nobody can stop you. Because God will help you if you have your passion motivating you. That's the answer of the first part of the question. The second question, the second picture about the houses that we put and the architecture. Your friends told me that you bothered them with them pictures. And if you see a beach house and stuff like that, what's the matter with that? I pretend and claim it's passion and a story that I can read through architect. The watch I'm wearing, there is a picture, there is a story behind it. If I asked you, Foster is a British architect. When they told him Al-Faisaliyah group that we wanted to build a tower that's a monument. How did he choose the shape of a Faisaliyah tower in King Fahd Riyadh? Why did he choose it like Al-Mamlika? He came to Saudi, understood the culture, and he watched people going to a place 5 times a day with something like a lighthouse. He thought about it. And he took the Faisal group and he drew a triangle. And he put upstairs not that ball that you see, but it was a crescent. And they asked him why. This is from your culture, he said. People, they come 5 times a day to this place and they come out of it. And I reclaim that this is from the culture perspective. They changed the crescent to a ball. Any art career, any art product, there is a story behind it and make people busy with it as much as I. Abdulrahman, you were an employee of a company and you studied in Canada and the marketing wanted you to have to be in it, and you decided to be outside of it, to be an entrepreneur. Such a decision is very difficult. What are the standards that you took? What's the measurements you have done? Naif says follow your passion, and we did. There is nothing out of it. Entrepreneur, you have to take an adventure. How I calculate my situation, when do I get out for entrepreneurship, switching careers or anything? What is your experience? Where's your thought? My experience is different now. The knowledge I gained through my experience is different. After 7 years of experience and previous to that, I have experiences and adventures that not succeeded at the time. I read a lot. And being successful in business, there is keys, tools, and recipe. The keys are basic. Now, first of all, God's willing to be successful. And you might fail in some areas, that's God's will. This is the first one. The second one, Naif talked about it, passion or ambitions. You have to have ambitions or passion. Some people do have it, some people don't. This ambition might be generated by positive experience or bad experience. So a positive experience came out to cure all diseases. The negative part, maybe someone came to you and told you could not do it, and doubted your qualification and your ambitions and capabilities. Till you find someone who feed that passion, or you feed it yourself till you reach the success that you wanted. You have to be determined, definitely. The entrepreneurship journey is not easy. Some people might have in their mind that this is easy. They see us sitting on this stage and they think it's doable. And entrepreneurship experiences are a lot. Many boys and girls have failed. And you go through psychological stages that are miserable. You have to be determined. The tools that you need to success, knowledge, analytic knowledge of the situation. With time, you have to study case other companies and understand and analyzing the situation. And every time you're going to make a decision, you have to analyze it before to understand if it was positive or negative. That goes through, and that comes from case studying. You have to be emotionally intelligent to have connections. Most of the trades, businesses, they win and they succeed basically by social connections. And those are the keys and the tools and the recipe. Go ahead. The structure, I like the structure so far. The recipe. If you God's willing to succeed, somebody will have a lot of ideas, but what needed to start with first? Understand the market, analyze it. Be careful, entering new territories, new businesses. If you want to be innovative, you're gonna reach it early, no infrastructure in front of you. Or you have a long trip in educating your customer about your product. 2004, YouTube started, but many companies before YouTube started, but they couldn't succeed because the infrastructure was not ready at that ready. You have to choose your market. You have to choose your timing, and don't enter a market that high competition in it, and put the probability of succeeding at risk very high. Start choosing a market that is accessible to you, an idea that everybody loves but difficult to apply. If you well, let's talk about the floating chair, but like taxis and stuff like that. But it's a great idea for Riyadh traffic. Well, it's difficult to apply, but the regulations not yet in the place. Every market has its limitation. Governmental regulations might be an obstacle for your success. If you have an idea with a high capita, capita is very important, could affect your entering. And the third one, loyalty to brands. If you wanted to create a sodas, new soda, there is a great loyalty for soda and Pepsi, like Coca-Cola and stuff like that. It's very difficult to compete with them. You have to be have specialized knowledge too. I cannot go into pharmacy market. I need scientists and to innovate new medical recipes and pharmaceutical recipes too. You have to have good relationships with the suppliers. You cannot enter a market with higher suppliers. They can get to whatever they want with a lot of product and drown the market with it with a low price, and they can survive, but you could not. Those are the keys and the basics and the recipe itself. Naif. Your campaigns, media campaigns in Mersul. Every time I'm trying to apply from Jazz, they told me no, Mersul, go get Mersul. Is there a relationship between art and media campaigns that you do? Yes. Is it related to the creativity you have in you as a passion? This is a constant debate between me and my partner. Till when we are making things that are strange to the market. I have a vision. If you're not innovative enough, you didn't come up with something new. You have to compete. I'm trying to reach the mass, not the elite. I talk the general talk, the informal one, with the life of a regular human being. Why this exists in Mersul today? If you visit us in our HQ office, Sikkat Mersul Abu Bakr Street, the third floor, is not allocated for anyone. It's a business competitor for our employees. There is no reservations. There is when you enter that floor, you can utilize the facility. It has a working space, a meeting room, a conference call. A meditation spot and relaxation spot, a playing ground, and also eating, and multi-used hall. We want this place to be an opening for those who have an inspiration. Anyone who has an inspiration. Yeah, I like to sit down with those type of people, either to learn from them or work for them, with them. I was sitting with Malik Niger. He showed me a lot of good things. He is a very inspiring guy. We talked about this and how advertisement culture would have an effect on people, and he showed me very exclusive things. And he is an abnormal. Abdulaziz Al-Shehri also, he is an inspiring guy. They're Tilfaz people are also a brand that creates movies. I claim that art will deliver a message, a fast message from a budget stand, and art will lower the cost definitely. For advertisement, I wanted to reach the masses. I wanted you to have attention. Sometimes we're not hit bullseyes, but we'll try our best. One question for you all. Our motto today in this initiative to be prepared for the future. You, both of you, lead two tech companies in Saudi Arabia. Are you ready in this with AI generation and the consumer behavior and new technologies? How much are you ready? He will be mad, yeah. Are you having fun? You want to continue or we should leave? One of the missions of CAO to see a future vision and very close by future. You want to mix between initiatives that will affect you in the further future and does not affect you watching the market and the changes that are happening to it. One of the products that we will launch in our app, you can utilize Siri to through the phone without touching the phone itself, and Siri will take the order to the chefs, and the delivery guy will show up at your door. This is one of the ideas that we have in the future. We have services, but I'm not disclosing. But I told you what I have, but yeah. Where do you see the future? The future of this application? My teacher. One lecture I gave in the college and became his teacher. I'm not his teacher.
اقدر يعني ما ادري شلون اقول الكوت بس خلاص من علمني حرفا. اليوم
Today,
من سنتين ماضية
2 years ago,
والله كنا نستثمر بالمواهب.
we were investing in talent. And as Abdurrahman said today, are we ready for the AI technology and VR technology too?
التحديات اللي قالها عبد الرحمن
The challenges, entering new market and stuff like that. To market is not ready, is not healthy at all. Cost you time, efforts, and human resources too. And many other things regarding tours. Who today can be able to predict the future and understand where we are going? Those are few people. And it's very difficult to find those people. Mersul is focusing on this today. I claim that I'm Naif Abdurrahman and many entrepreneurs here today, they must focus and thinking strategically on people who will continue this success. That we want a success, this success effect not on Saudi Arabia only, but the whole globe. Thank you, everybody. One request before you close out. First of all, thank you very much, all of you. Me and Abdurrahman, on behalf of him, 2 codes. Open your phones right now. The chefs, fans, HSI, and for Mersul, fans, HSI.
Sorry, CI.
HCI. You'll have a voucher. He is more generous than me, but go get surprised. You cannot add it till you'll be here. Outside, you cannot add it. In the Ritz-Carlton area. Just for 1 day. So order wherever you want. Thank you so much for your time, Naif Abdurrahman. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rewriting the Future through the Power of Archaeology.
Did I just sit? Hello, everyone. Welcome and thank you for being with us today. I'm Ramia from Forbes Middle East, and I'm delighted to be joined by Hassan Marwan Al-Sudairi, the CEO of the Antiquities Association of Saudi Arabia. Welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome. As a dedicated researcher, Hassan's primary focus is on preserving and promoting the kingdom's rich cultural and archaeological heritage. Now, Hassan, as you know, many people don't pursue their dream jobs because they fear they won't be successful, or they aren't lucrative, or there's a lack of opportunities in the field. Now, in this age of technology, were you hesitant to choose a career in archaeology?
To start off with, I would say I never knew it existed. So I was really hesitant in what to pursue my career in, and then my mother told me about it. And then I just went with it because it's something that I loved and it's my passion. And I believe, regardless of what field you pick, if you have the passion for something, you will always pursue it. You're always going to succeed in it. You're always going to find your way, pivot through it, and so on.
And did you have guidance from your family? Were you encouraged to pursue a career in archaeology? It's not something that a lot of parents would want their children to embark on. You don't know if they're going to be able to find a job, if they're going to be able to secure an income. Did you have family support?
Honestly, yes. My mother was my biggest fan ever since I was a child. So I always, and also my young cousins are very interested. So if I go on excavations, I always take them with me. One of the reasons I really love archaeology is I get to relive being a kid, and it releases my inner child. And it's something that I not for 1 second regretted.
And I know your mother is in the audience today. Where's Hassan's mom? Say hello, hello. Thank you for supporting young women in Saudi. We need more mothers like you. Thank you so much. Not just in Saudi, but everywhere. Thank you so much for your support. Now, archaeology is definitely one of those dream jobs that few people would be brave enough to pursue. Hassan went ahead and pursued it. Tell us about securing your first job in archaeology. Was it difficult?
Honestly, at first when I started, because you needed to gain a lot of experience, so I would literally just volunteer, jump on the first excavation that I get. I've never had, honestly, any difficulties because, when you are in this society, you kind of create a network. So to me, I never found it hard. Of course, I don't believe anything in life is easy, but, if you always find your way through, I always try to look at the positive side of something. And it was so far so good, Alhamdulillah, I'm very blessed to have this.
And tell us about those first archaeological digs or those first archaeological sites that you would visit. What did you find most fascinating about them? And tell us a little bit about archaeology in Saudi. We don't know enough about it.
First, to start off by Saudi, we need to see, for example, the history of Saudi. So we have from 1.5 million years ago to today. So Saudi throughout history, since the beginning of humanity, had a lot of civilizations. If you look at the ancient road, Saudi was and still is connecting the east to the west. You have more than 85% of the incense road in Saudi Arabia. So this is no surprise what Saudi has, and this is the beauty about the 2030 vision is now we get to share it. Now it's more exposed. And something from the other part of the question of the lessons learned from the past is, so my grandmother is from Al-Ula and she's from Hagra. And the name Inna Batiyin, so it's 2,400 years ago, was called Hagra. Until today, it's called Hagra. So the beauty about it is it gives you an idea that these people are the same people thousands of years ago because there was no influence. If someone came, they conquered, they took it over, the first thing you would do is you would change a name. And what I love about Saudi, most of the cities we have, if you go thousands of years ago, it's still the same name. So this is something that I always love exploring.
Now, you mentioned Vision 2030. As the head of antiquities in the kingdom, how are you encouraging the public to take more of an interest in Saudi tourism in relation to antiquities?
The thing I would say that differentiates Saudi from any country in the world when visiting it is you have more than 12 ancient kingdoms in one country. So with each part you go in Saudi, you will have a completely different experience in any part that you will visit again. Whether if you like adventure activities, you have all of these rock inscriptions, ancient kingdoms, wall paintings, stone carving. The first people that ever carved stones in Arabia, or let's say in Eastern Asia, is in Dadan and Lihyan in Al-Ula. So the amount of history you get to experience as a visitor and the amount of civilizations you get to see are enormous. So this is something I think you don't see anywhere in the world.
I don't think so. And tell us a little bit more about these 12 ancient kingdoms. I mean, if as a visitor I wanted to explore all of them, is there a facility in place where people can come specifically for archaeological tourism?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the beautiful thing, I mean, Saudi is really big, so you can do like a road trip. So if you would, the thing is with the incense road, when you look at it, the reason it was there is because there's a lot of kingdoms where people would stop. It's like if I would travel now to any city, I would obviously take the road that has a lot of stops, has a lot of gas stations or cities throughout the journey. So when you look at the incense road, you have these kingdoms such as, Kingdom Dadan, Kingdom Lihyan, you have Tayma, you have in Najran, you have three ancient kingdoms in Najran, Mahatmar, Rajmat, and Amir. And then you look to Jawf region, you have the kingdom of Qidar. And every part you go to, you will see something that is completely different. And the beauty about it is it's all today in one kingdom. So this is, to me, is fascinating.
Now, you've researched ancient societies. Tell us about the most notable similarities and differences between the societies of the past and the societies of the present.
I think something we really need to take into consideration when thinking about the past and the present is today you have people that when they see ancient structures such as, the pyramid, and there's all of these conspiracy theories, is they always assume it's built by aliens or it's a mystery. It's no mystery. To us today, because we are not physically capable to do it, doesn't mean people in the past were not capable to do it. If I would go to the past and I would tell them, well, I can go to the edge of the world in less than a day, and it takes them almost a year in the past, they would not believe this. So we cannot judge the past based on what we know today. And this is and we don't have to, the thing is people underestimate the past. They think people in the past were savages or barbaric or so on. But this is absolutely not true. Today we have electrical technology. At their time, it was water pressure technology. And there's a lot of different technologies, but the tool we have today is different than the past. But it doesn't mean that that today we are on top of the pyramid. I don't believe anyone was ever on top. It's just you adapting to what you have today.
And during your years of research, what have you discovered that has really astonished you about Saudi's ancient civilization in terms of their advanced or their unexpected capabilities?
What I really loved, and fascinated about is قرية الفا, which is the kingdom of Kinda. The amount of wall paintings they have is something unbelievable, and I've never seen such thing. It's so beautiful. It gives you a glimpse of the past. You get to see their past traditions, because what we're used to seeing mostly around Saudi is you have a lot of carvings. You have a lot of inscriptions on the rocks. But in Qaryat al-Faw, it gives you this beautiful glimpse into the past. You really delve into it. Even the architecture, the buildings. Today it's literally in a desert, and it had 13 wells. So this gives you an idea how different the environment was. And this is something that whenever I look at Saudi's ancient civilization, I always look like today they're in a desert. But it gives us also an idea that, and this is why I also love archaeology, is we get to see things from a different perspective 2,000 years ago. So I never judge it based on the environment of today. So this is something that never fails to fascinate me.
Absolutely. And for those who want to follow in your footsteps, what is your advice for researchers?
I would say definitely, when a lot of people go to research something, they always go to a subject that is well researched. But the most subject that needs research is the subject that has less resources. This is where your help is needed the most. So I would say don't be afraid to research a certain location, for example, in archaeology, or a certain civilization, because the point of going and the point of doing a research is to add. So if I do a PhD or a master's thesis, the point of me doing it is adding something thousands of people did. Even if, let's say 100,000 people did this research, I still have to add something new. So this is the point of doing, whether it's small research, just try to go somewhere that is less traveled, to not be afraid. And this is where your research is mostly needed.
Sound advice. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Expo 2030 Entrepreneur, creating a platform for global impact.
ها الو الصوت زين
أهلا وسهلا.
Welcome everybody. Peace upon you. Have a seat. Welcome.
يا أهلا وسهلا.
Welcome everyone. How are you doing, Mansour? I'm doing great. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for accepting the invitation and you're sharing the knowledge that you have. We're looking forward for this session. Welcome everybody. Mansour, co-founder of and CEO for Samhani company for construction development. The last time I saw you was 10 years ago. We were sitting in a session and sharing our experiences. My business was 1 year old and I'm an entrepreneur in digital advertisement. At the time, you had a business. At the time, I had a crib. You're better than me. And after 10 years, I'm looking forward to hear from you. How is Samhani doing? Doing very great. It's a concept and a model, amazing one. We can make something out of nothing by working on the goals of the future and recreating them in reality today. And if we summarize Samhani, it's a model for an urban model. As one of the agendas on 2030, and we are working to connect it to the vision. This is a Samhani. What's your passion behind the tourism and entertainment? The last time I saw you, you were in event management area field. You like to gather money. You like now it's tourism and environment. I'm following the movement. I'm following the investment boxes. Whenever an investment, if you want to find me, you follow these investments, culture and activities in this time. So I look for the funding from them and apply it to the reality. A question I have with Naif and Abdurrahman session, if you remember. Abdurrahman said, don't enter a new business territory. To make sure the ecosystem in place and infrastructure is there. Someone has already have done it before. Tourism is a new sector. Tourism is new to Saudi Arabia. But people have started before us. People who started it, they didn't. And businesses are something else. And the goal of this initiative to create a citizen who can compete internationally. If you want to create a citizen who will compete internationally, they must compete nationally. They have to be first ones. If you want to start, you have to be first. After 10 years today, you were to cut edge for those who start today. 10 years now, an experience, they will find an ecosystem which is ready for them to start their businesses. When you say a new activity or business, this is the beauty of it. The Crown Prince, it puts hope on those who new entrepreneurs and youth. Those small establishments and very small establishments, they get the support and start to be provided with the funds. How you start and monitor other businesses and start create business and entertainment and any activity. They do exist for thousands of years. But today we are open like for tourism, how we create what we want to create locally, then we will start compete internationally after 10 years. This market will be more mature. I think it's already started to mature for enhancement, investment, tourism. They have 15 billion budget to support new projects in tourism. One time this investment fund box will close soon. If you didn't utilize it now, through this time, such as tourism, entertainment, and other boxes, investment boxes, they're paying you today to do something in the future. If you didn't do it today, there's no future. What are you waiting for? Go. So waiting for someone to start it before you and start. I believe it's in services sector, not in entrepreneurship. Let's talk about goals. Since we are beginning of this year, goals are different. Challenges will be faced. Talk to me about there is no goal to be not achieved. What is your strategy for putting goals? It's not a strategy. It's a God willing. If you believe if Allah is the only engine and motivator, and you ask whatever you want from him to achieve in life, and he will make it happen for you. If you imagined about creating a project about 400 million square kilometers, you will say in your mind, impossible. How you can say it's impossible, and you have Allah beside you, and be optimistic. Many things that we utilize ritually, keys were given to us by Allah to achieve things in our lives. So this is the ritual part. What about the practical side of it? How do you divide and conquer? I have a strategy. It says,
make a business that buys you coffee.
Make a business that buys you coffee. Oh, and a business pays your bills, and the business will make you fortune. This is a long term for the fortuner, and underneath it there is 6 things. You have a project for daily income, weekly income, monthly income, every 3 months, 6 months, and a year, annually. And you divide how do you work with it with your partnership and business. This is a strategy that I use. Another question for you. And it's the topic of this initiative. We work on our skills and experiences and our knowledge. How one individually away from the organization he affiliates with, how you can build those skills. Why do I give you this question as an entrepreneur, Mansour? And believe me, everyone, the first thing we must think about that's the one work in an environment like that. You wake up and sleep on your business. How do you develop your skills? An entrepreneur, the best person who does nothing. If you find a problem and solve it and turn it to a business, you should look for another problem and solve it. After you solve the problem, there is an entity or an ecosystem that will complete that challenge. An entrepreneur, he is not the person who creates a person and succeed. No, he finds a problem, whether it's with social, trade related, in any area, and he takes that idea and cultivates it to a project. Samhani, as an example, we found an opportunity for old houses that we really nourish them to be a tourist destination. If you wore another hat, it's real estate development at its lowest stages. We should go out of it, and somebody complete the operation. So if you cover this area as an entrepreneur, when it comes to development, I believe you have to have an hour for yourself to develop it, and very essential to have self-development in each and every area, because the stations you will go through everything. You'll be coordinated. You're going to be a boss, accountant. One day you will be a CEO, a chairman, and sometimes maybe a tea boy. So one of the events I was with the valet, open doors, so I can measure the customer satisfaction to the event. I can hear the feedback directly. These are the areas the entrepreneur should cover and develop himself. Question for you, the audience. A small fast survey. How many people here have a bachelor degree in the audience? Bachelor degree, master degree, PhD. We have 3 doctors here, masters and PhDs. I heard you're going to pursue your own PhD. This is gonna waste your time. And this is the time of everything happening in Saudi Arabia. See, don't ask me who told me this. Maybe my wife. She doesn't want me to go. 3 years that you told me not to waste. You want to invest in yourself for 3 years so you can serve the ecosystem and the nation for 30 years. And in 2016. Looking for 2030 vision and very excited. Now we are 6 years away. Never too late to develop yourself day by day. If it was easy, everybody could get it. You have to give. You have to do sacrifices. The thing made me study my PhD in October. Samhani project, how to really evaluate the current ecosystem that we live in right now. You live between walls, rooftop and stuff like that. Are these things silent? Don't talk? If we open the line for conversation, maybe you'll create a new Riyadh city. And if you open the cross-functional spaces between the street and the hallways and stuff like that, very, very spacious places. And if we reorganized them again and created businesses and social activities, are they going to succeed? And this is the thesis I'm working on, and this is a Samhani idea. First of all, a question will be given to those who are entrepreneurs and have a job. Can you actually manage the time between them, or you have to leave one and keep one? In my graduation project in bachelor degree, I failed. Then I enhanced myself and focused in specific areas. It depends on about your consistent power inside of you. What do you want? Know yourself. What you can do. What you are looking for to do yourself in the future. The slogan that we have to do here. I believe the future should be ready for your arrival. The future of today, the present of today is actually the future of yesterday. came out of strategy and agendas and goals that I wrote 2015. 2030 is coming, 35, 40 coming in the way. So I do not connect to the future. I'm trying to keep up with the development, personal development, even social development. Either you develop yourself to get it, or the future should be suitable for you as your activities and agendas and strategy. I don't want to be pessimistic about the situation, but as an entrepreneur, Mansour, you had many obstacles in your way. Of course. I'm taking Sabhani under the spot right now. It's not doing very well right now, but yeah. When you work in the private sector, did you face between the governmental sector and the private sector? The first challenge is governmental legislations. The entrepreneur will suspect that the life is good and anyone can get a license and everything. You are living in a country governmental legislations. They have to follow instructions and steps and legal procedures, so you can provide the society with your product. If it was unique, exceptional, every project is unique. Before you go to the field as an entrepreneur, you should know who is your governmental entity as a counterpart. If you have an idea to go in the field today, go, or you're gonna miss a lot. Expo is after 6 years. We know you are curious about it and you have an initiative related to it. My initiative, Expo, that's the name of it. I created in Dubai 2020. It tries to take the identity of Expo every 5 years and for entrepreneurs, and give it to a country every 5 years. Expo related to governments, right? This is the missing part. The governments will be engaged and provide in their themes, engage in their themes in Dubai. Their Expo about sustainability, mobility and opportunities. Every government, they come in a wing or a pavilion and they showcase what they did in this portfolio. Japan, Osaka has its own theme. So it's supposed to be entrepreneurs like the chiefs and Merso, their goals, very high one, it might be. Merso is global. The chiefs is still local. How to relate your strategic goals to global exchange strategy. And right now they work on something. US work blockchain. We're working on logistics. Who has the future? Who moves it? The ecosystem, yes. For every nation they gather every 5 years. The beautiful thing is South Korean Airlines is His Royal Highness Fahad and Mansour. We're aligning with them to take entrepreneurs, to take them in every G20 committee. Instead of a global theme, the Expo 2030, the theme is the time of change together for to predict about future. The main one element a very proactive society and better climate. And so an entrepreneur who is interested to align his KPIs and goals with the Expo goals, especially the globe as a whole, who are engaged in 2030, they will follow the same theme. So your turn now to insert your initiative and start competing internationally. It's the same thing that we have here to HCI under the sponsorship of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, how to take the local competition to an international level. As youth, as dreamers, we are a team. The arena is not here in Riyadh, but it's outside the country, internationally. Try to connect our expertise. We don't want to impress anyone. We want to build our city and contribute on an international level. The globe is not outside. We are the globe, and we can bring it here home. This is the philosophy behind the Entrepreneurial, and I hope we will be capable. 218 nations. Believing for entrepreneurships, probably we will see it. Yes, we will see. We will see it. An Expo forever. Expo started in Expo Dubai and Japan, and it'll keep going on for 5 years. Every 5 years, forever. Who is ready for Expo? This is the main point. Who have the projects, the entrepreneur projects? He's ready to have people. I'm in 2030 vision, and I'm the Expo. And the Expo, I'm here to. This is the projects and the initiatives that align with the agendas of Expo 2030 vision. We never got bored. To conclude, everywhere there is written, be ready for the future. Are you in the moment? Yes, I'm ready, and you will never imagine. I'm ready today and tomorrow to be a part. And anything, the sustainable development goal related to this society with myself and my money and everything. Thank you. Alan Madhat, your sister, thank you for being here. I'm honored to have you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rising Stars, or How to Fuel Global Competitiveness Now.
كلنا مترجمين.
شوف فيصل.
اهلا وسهلا. يا هلا.
بسمك اللهم الرحمن الرحيم.
Merciful, the most compassionate, blessed people, Prophet Muhammad and his companions.
رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري.
Verses from the Holy Quran.
لساني يفقهوا قولي. اللهم آتنا الحكمة.
May Allah give us the wisdom, peace and blessing be upon you.
هذه الدولة
This country, this has been established, flourished, united, developed with the efforts of men. We didn't have petrol before. This is what I heard from His Highness. Stresses on the belief of the leadership and the state, on the role of the human being and the role of the human resources in developing this country.
بطالما كانت هي المحور، الإنسان كان هو المحور، ورأينا ذلك في رؤية.
Human being are the center point. We saw this 2030 vision and the human development program. One of the most important aspects of this strategy is how to make youth, male and females, and human Saudis in general to be globally competitive. The state throughout years and decades tried hard and succeeded greatly in to make a Saudi human being as global competitor and to achieve competitiveness, achieve the so-called global competitiveness. One of those important is this scholarship program and many other programs. Today, I would like to welcome with me with the youth who benefit from this country. They have been empowered in this country, and they did what we are expecting from them. They sensed that this was the right time. They have been empowered in the past, and this is a time to empower others through their projects and the common concern, and that every one of them has found a different path similar to him, looks to him like his competence, his ambition, his vision to achieve what is adequate for him in making Saudi youth as competitive, globally competitive. Bakr Madini, welcome Mr. Bakr Madini, far right. Mr. Bakr Madini, Deputy Director of Naqsh, the society, Saudi society, established by Saudi youth, male and females, to provide opportunities for Saudi male and female youth throughout the world. And hopefully going to get introduced more to Naqsh. And what is Naqsh striving to solve. And with me is my colleague Faisal Bizawi, founder and CEO of I'dad. It is a company help and empower youth to be accepted in or to get admission at universities around the world, and they studied in fact also in abroad, and they're a holder of different certificates from universities abroad. Kindly join me in welcoming them before we start. This will come to break the ice. I would like to say this is not a session, it is just a conversation. It is a dialogue and a very friendly, less formal session to extract from you what is useful for the audience. I would like to know first, what is the problem that you are striving to solve? Why Naqsh was established and why I'dad was established? What is the problem that you are addressing? Our universities are developing, are conquering new, are among the top 10, top 100 universities or 200 universities in different specialties for courses. The education is progressing in Saudi Arabia. Why Naqsh was established and why I'dad was established? Starting with Bakr. Peace and blessing be upon you. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for the introduction. Why Naqsh was established? What is the problem we are trying to solve? It is true, as you said, education is progressing. However, we are striving to empower Saudi youth to reach into best opportunities, best youth for best opportunities, whereby be globally competitive. These opportunities in general, the problem with this ones has many different requirements than the normal or regular requirements for the local opportunities. This is a difference. This got different, yes, different culture, academic, etc., areas. This include or minimize. This might decrease the competitiveness of Saudi youth. It is not that not all are equally in facing these challenges. Today in Riyadh have different problems than in Jeddah, for instance, and different other regions of the kingdom. Not only the regions within the kingdom. In the same city, if you go to a private school, for instance, or after 5 minutes to another public school, the opportunities varies greatly. It doesn't relate to the competences of those people, but to the surrounding conditions. So how to reach to all these people who has potential, and we can lead them or link them with the best places and be for their homeland. Do you agree or disagree? Is there different concern about what mentioned by Bakr? You feel that you find a motive in that to establish I'dad, or the same concern, but we'll talk later about the solutions. I need you to analyze the problem from your I'dad perspective and facial perspective. First of all, thank you so much, and thank you to MISC and to your program, and thank you to you all. I'm really happy being with you here. As you know, I was graduated from MISC program in 2020, and my fellowship also. So in 2020, I have admission from university, and the experience was as economy. My studying was in economy, so it was a wonderful chance provided by MISC. But when I reached to California, to US, I found out that we have excellent Saudi youth, and asked them why they are not here with us today. I was the only one in that batch admitted to university. He know me very well, but not that many people better than me, of course. So I asked why. Why there is someone in Berkeley and the other, Faisal Yusuf, was admitted in Harvard. So we were asking why when it's Berkeley and the other in Harvard, why not 300 in Harvard and 500 in MIT and so on, and 800 at Berkeley? Why not? Why this number is only just 1 or 2? So we have been asking ourselves, and it took us 1.5 years to assess the problem that we are facing, and found out that there is misunderstanding between the advices we receive and what we are applying in the reality. The queries we some advice to go to the right side. We don't go to the right side. We go to the left side. So we are there is miscommunication, and the outcome does not match the number of population. So we have in Saudi Arabia, the 2 billion, only 10 in Harvard, for instance. So Faisal, you see that the problem is not, it is lack of information or another problem, or competencies or resources. So is it fair to say that, or to describe your answer that you have summarized the reasons in only lack of information, or there's some other factors that led to this problem that you have sensed when you studied at UCLA? I believe that it's lack of right direction. Potentials are there, resources are there, youth are capable, but the direction wasn't clear for them, so they're moving in the wrong direction. So let us say that. The second point, if we talk about the problem from your perspective, why don't you talk about the solution that provided by I'dad and provided by Naqs? Same question, but starting with Faisal and then Bakr, please. How do you address the problem? Good. Like any vertical process, we address the first. What are the factors? To identify the factors. We talk a number of researchers in data science. We have an equation or formula to calculate the power of human being as with respect to the extra curriculum activities. Like one applicant applied in CV, it was very clear the years of experience, but others are younger. It was not very clear. So we did kind of equation that calculate that this person has 150 points, 120 points. And so it reached 1,000 points, 650, 750, and so on. And the standard is 1,000. So this is the first thing we did. Bakr, do you believe that because you work in a non-for-profit society and Faisal's company is for business, of course, for profit, is there any different comparison to, or different approach to solution through NAS, and how do you solve the problem? I find your answers are almost the same. You are society and his company. Is there any differences in addressing these problems from your perspective when you establish NAS? In fact, there is difference, of course, but I don't expect it is related that we are being non-for-profit society and that being for-profit company. The difference is from our personal experiences. I always say that, or my mother always telling me that it's very easy to identify the problem. But what is difficult is to think about solutions and to apply such solutions. We have had a problem before us. We are well positioned to solve this problem through the resources available with us. When I applied to the universities and have many different experiences, I was privileged that many of my colleagues, they were revising the articles I submit, they revise what I do, they ask me, they help me, advise me, etc. This thing, one that makes difference to me, in fact, because I went through such experiences and they know where these challenges that I might encounter. So, in brief, I have this challenge similar to one you have went through. How can I deal with that? So, we have decided to move forward with this model in more organized way and in a more accessible way for people. It's not that everyone has one who is elder who can seek advice from or to help. So, how we can provide this mentorship or guidance to different people, and how can we, even the parent, how we always say that we must put 2 points, that the person that or enrich each other, but at the same time, that there should be similarities in the backgrounds, whereby to reach into clear understanding to these challenges. So this is our experience, and it worked for us, of course. It's more experimental compared to Faisal, which is more abstract data science approach. So this curriculum might have an impact on that area. So it's kind of different situations and different ways of solving the problem or challenges. One important point you have touched upon, I'm not talking about risk, but it's a challenge we are trying daily to improve or to try to address and to mitigate such difficulties. It's reached with female and male youth who are those who are outside of the major cities or the remote areas. How can we reach into these remote areas? There are many huge number of youth there. How can we reach them? How can we make our programs more inclusive and to reach to all, available for all? This is a very big challenge, of course. It is a trade-off. You can do something, but on account of something else. So I have addressed this issue yourself when you said that there is some potential, they have resources, even also in the remote areas, not only in the major cities. Let us talk about your experience in NAQS about this issue. We might learn from me at MISC. This discussion, we discussed with Mr. Abdurrahman Hanaki, who is with us today. Always, as you said, there is trade-offs. If you're going to have a program, in-person program, one of cases, either the cost will be high to host all, or have to exclude some persons because they don't cover the expenses. And say that yes, more come to Riyadh or Jeddah or whatever, and manage yourself. They cannot afford it for many reasons. Or might be also, is it worth it that going all the way, coming all the way to Riyadh? We are dealing with students at high school, and we are dealing with people at university. But still, the worthiness of value of this point is not necessarily clear for all. So first of all, This is one of the changes that happened with us. We started in 2017. We used to do that in person. In 2019, all our programs were virtual. So the mentorship was virtual. Workshops are virtual also. It was necessary at that time because all our mentors are studying in US, UK. So it was necessity, in fact, that time. How can we reach these regions? This is very important. Even if the course was online, or the program was online, it doesn't mean that we're going to include all people. All people from different regions who can reach you. So at the beginning, you have had the applicants from 5 major regions who were admitted from 4 regions. So we said we want to solve this problem. Bassam with us today. That time he was in charge of outreach. Bassam was in charge, was addressing these companies in these regions, outside these 5 regions, who are the persons that we know in these regions, universities, etc. We reached out to local stakeholders. We told them this is our program, this is what we can provide, and you can spread it in your circles. And thank us God, during the second batch, the number was doubled of applicants. We reached to 11 regions out of 16. There's still one challenge there. At the end, we accept only people from 7 regions, admitted 7 only from 7 regions. It's not necessarily that you have the capability to qualify them, particularly in a later stage, like at third high school. It might not have the requirements. It was very difficult to provide them any benefits at this moment. The new approach, which we are complementing or we're going to start, is to awareness and creating content on how to establish this knowledge for each and everyone, either from secondary school, first secondary school, all the way to the parents, etc., to know this information. I can get prepared as early as possible. So when they're at second class or third class high school, or second high school, sorry, he will have information. He will start getting prepared. So we can help them in a better way through our mentorship program. It is one phase of 3 phases. Great, Faisal. Do you have similar experience about outreach into some remote areas to youth in that areas who doesn't have accessibility or to reach to the different opportunities such like them there and their peers and the major similar to their peers at the major roles, for instance. I hope all our regions are main or majors. I think MISC is doing a great job in this respect. الأمر عن MISC. Some government entities are very much concerned. Our focus in Udad is to provide opportunities, admission opportunities for Saudi youth, regardless from where they came, being from Riyadh or any other region. So it is kind of virtual products. It's not physical. It is virtual, yes. The first company in the world provides admission in the best 20 universities in the US. This is strong claim. The world's very company did that. Give me details. This is a big claim. Give me details, please. Give me details, please. Tell me what I did. What do you mean and how? Well, the question I told you before a while, we did another similar, more formula to identify the rate of admission at different universities. Emerging from that, we developed programs that increase the capacity of youth who were aged between 14 to 17 to be competitive, not only good competitors, but more than excellent competitors to their peers from China or other countries. So they increase their admission rate. So our focus is to provide, instead of having 10 students at Harvard, now Saudis in 2024, we have 20%, we are planning to have 150 Saudis at Harvard, from 10 to 100, 150, 10 times. To reach into that goal, our focus is not only to break the barriers in our communities or to identify the problems that are faced and so on. No. We are doing great in that. Our focus now is to increase the number. And our focus is clear. Those who have the potential to go, whether came from the richest school in Riyadh or poorest school in Saudi Arabia, this is not our concern. Our concern is to be qualified to get admission. So we don't look to the background, the sociological background. We focus on their competencies. Thank you. May Allah help you.
ليش يقول الله يقويكم؟ مو عشان
Why that? Because they are Saudis only, you and Bakr, they are qualified. Because this is really, we sense that at MISC. Talking in general, sense that at MISC personally. So, I wish you all the success. Bakr, Faisal responded to 2 questions in my, I have in mind about the inclusivity and in these programs, and also responded to what they provide something different than they provide in the market, particularly than the market or many players in the market. Maybe not much in Saudis, but we are aspiring that they will be to continue this march and the players increase, so the players increased. Or players in general, we do not have much in Saudi Arabia. What do you provide in something different? Your solution, how? Give me some elevators about your solutions. How are they distinguished? What distinguished NACS and solutions are providing to address this problem? From Saudi youth to Saudi youth. All our teamworks are Saudi natives. Most of them went through this scholarship. They have applied to these chances before. They have passion and common concern. This is the first thing we consider when we recruit our team. Skills you can get, experience you can get, but believing in the goal and your passion to work on that is the most important point for us. Today, thanks God, our mentors are Saudis and who were students before, or beneficiaries of these future opportunities. Also, 35% of our teamwork were students and beneficiaries from this program in the past. So they know the problem very well. They know the pain. They went through this experience, and they are continuing to developing this experience. I hope that this program, or our approach or motivation from this program, or from NACS, has touched them and became they're not only beneficiaries, but they are also providing services to this program. 1 minute left. I want to talk about the future, not only about what distinguishes us. The future is that in NACS we are aspiring to be the pioneer entirety in promoting competitive Saudis student competitiveness for global opportunities. We are aspiring to contribute positively in the data and policies related to the developing human resources, because our students are part, and all of us are part of this ecosystem for promoting human resources. Although this scholarship program, one is the oldest program in the kingdom, but the research and data related to that is not that up to current level. Also, being from the non-profit sector, and it is one of the growing sectors. We want to do this. We wish that this growth to be sustainable with the best practices, whereby we can consider have confidence in our service and our institution, but also to be an experience could inspire other organizations and other non-for-profit organizations. Concluding remarks. The human resources program is is excellent one, but I believe the focus now is on age of 28 till 30 years of age. This is the current definition of youth, global definition of youth. In our focus was not only in the admission, we're not focusing on the university admissions. We are focused mainly to promote human resources through the age of 14 till 18. And I believe that Saudi youth aged between 14 till 18, they have the human capacities that does not exist in any other country in the world. And the opportunities available for them, we have communicated government entities with companies, with ministries, embassies, all they have cooperated greatly with us. I'm not expecting in any country in the world, a company just established can bring about more than 100 partnerships with ministries and companies in a very short period of time. I believe that our youth aged between 14 to 17 and up, and youngest, they are blessed, and I hope that we see them competing in the next years, not to have only 10 or 100 Saudi, we wish to have 5,000 Saudis at the abroad universities. First is saying we want to increase the Saudis at Harvard from 10 to 150, and Beck says that there is difference between growth and sustainable growth or development through NACS. We are trying to turn that development into sustainable development, and I'm saying that I conclude the President Frank Roosevelt said once said, he said in English, I'm going to translate into Arabic.
But you can always build the youth for the future. لا يمكنك دائما بناء المستقبل من أجل الشباب ولكن
But you can build the youth for the future. We have a leader, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed Salman, who made us believe that we can build our future for the future, or our youth for the future, and can build the future for our youth. And with this youth, one day we're going to reach into sustainable growth. We're aspiring for the 2030, 2040, and 2050. May Allah bless you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Unscripted Success, overcoming obstacles and achieving cinematic dreams.
Success overcoming.
اهلا وسهلا سعيد.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This session is with Faisal Batiyur, who comes with a very interesting story. If we can start by asking you, did you ever imagine in your growing up years that one day you would win an award at the Cannes Film Festival and be nominated for another? Was that ever like a dream of yours? Did you ever think that would happen?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا when it comes to the thinking, yes, it was a dream, of course. Anyone in the film sector, of course, aiming maybe to win some of the awards, which is one of the aims. The main aim is to have the industry in Saudi Arabia. But for me personally, I grew up loving this sector, working in that sector, somehow finding my way even before the opening the cinemas in Saudi Arabia since I was a kid, maybe in the secondary school. So it was always a dream, but I'm so glad and happy to see that industry is moving faster than we think. And I'm so happy that I got it. So I was thinking to get it maybe in 40s or 80s or 50s, sorry, if I'm lucky. But I'm happy to win. But of course, it's not only me, it's the whole team who worked on that film, and from the director, the other producers, and the writers.
Looking into the crowd, there's more Arabic speakers than English, so maybe we continue this in Arabic if you don't mind.
Whatever you want.
Yeah?
Yes.
طيب حبيبي فيصل، حبيت أسألك على التحديات اللي واجهتها في بداية مسيرتك. هل كان في تحدي بالتحديد اللي خلق أو اللي ساعدك تكون الفيصل اللي نحن نعرفه اليوم؟
طبعا لما نرجع بالزمن فيصل.
When we go back to time, he started intermediate school, a lot of challenges when it comes to age, to time, the sector itself. Of course, many challenges were in the way. If you are into a specific industry and you think it's critical to a country that's rich with stories and talents, and also a rich country that's rich with the resources, there was a challenge. Why there is no focus on it, but we'll not go back to that. That created, of course, a lot of challenges, but there is always solutions we can start with. When cinemas were closed, I started with animation and technology that supports that sector. I started my own producing company and convinced the investors to create such a company, and we started to work with the private sector related to documentary and corporate within the limits, and then gave me another dimension to work in Australia. I got to work opportunity in producing area and field that gave me an edge, bachelor degree, master degree in Australia with working side to side on production. And you are specialized in computer science. I was not allowed to study movies. I am used to work on the technology and related to the sector, which is movies. Any sector in Saudi Arabia today, technology takes it to, gives it that edge. I studied the technology to utilize it to develop the movie sector. And do you see initiatives such as today, and there is a lot of initiatives under 2030 vision? What do you feel when you see what you see today, the support that your people are getting? It's I feel proud about it. The celebration is not about the support, it's about the result that we saw in a short time. When I was given the responsibility to create the Council of Films, I started individual. The first sector I thought about it. To do an advertisement tour in Cannes, and many initiatives were suggested. What we target is training and education the most. We were interested to create bridges between the historical universities and the Saudi talents. 3,000 students were benefited from such a program, whether it was long or short, and they work on government entities and leaders, and they have movies that won awards locally or internationally. We lived in Saudi Arabia before the Council of Meetings and Cinemas, and they work currently in a very mega project. Cinemas are full right now. The future of films in Saudi Arabia, where you have to tell me about it.
تتكلم عن المستقبل، أنت ما راح تتنبأ بالمستقبل بدون ما تدرس الماضي والحاضر يعني. فأنا لما أتكلم عن الماضي أتكلم عن الماضي القريب وليس الماضي البعيد اللي هو من 2017 إلى الآن. لما بدينا نتكلم 2017
When we started talking in 2017 or 18, we will have big office in Saudi. Where is the destination of Saudi movies? 95 to 98 publicity in Saudi Arabia. Didn't see a movie. They are simple. The second question: if you are going to the movies and if you saw a poster Saudi movie or a film from movie like James Cameron or someone who have produced that movie, and people went to the foreign movies mostly. The expectations we will need to 20 to 30 version. We need one Saudi movie to be in the top 10 in the box office. Now we're talking to 2024 to 24. We have 2 movies in top 10. We're talking in top 10s. It's 4 and 7. What's the name of movie? Sattar and Mandu Billel. They are in the top 10 as on incomes in relation to the movies coming from Hollywood, Bollywood, or the Arabic movies. The Saudi audience wants to see their stories, their culture. The support is not only a matter of supporting itself, but people are enjoying the project. The making of movies is an industry, is not just a sector. Actually enhances other industries to work with it side by side when it comes to culture industries. Do you have any advices to students in college or people trying to take your journey and get into film industry? I have I'm telling you today, yesterday we were talking, there is no opportunity. Al-Ola actually will train you, Ithra will train you in Ramco. And they are continuing to support producing. And we have 4 boxes, investment boxes for movies. The support of movies and the finance was the obstacle, but now the obstacle is to have the talent. If we talk about hosting a movie in Saudi Arabia internationally, we'll need 300 to 200 talents. We don't have enough talent, Saudi talents, to fill that gap. Those agency or entities, they're training, but we need more Saudi talents who like the area and the field, and they see a future in it. The sector of movies is not a job. Well, let's talk about countries who started 100 years ago. It's freelancing. You walk from a movie to a movie. The Red Sea Carnival did a great job spreading the idea of Saudi movies and the Council of Movies. What do you think? What do you think about what you saw at the festival? Since the beginning of it, I was very close to the festival itself and their committee when I was in the Ministry of Culture and the management of the festival stuff of it. There is a great shift. Festival 3 years old, and it's a main festival now. For those who know from Germany and the US, they make sure to be here involved in it. It's 3 years old, and they start to compete with festivals for 40 and 50 years been around. The main success, not because Saudi Arabia funded it, a festival like that. The main point is it is that you see 5,000 Saudis who are interested, whether they would be involved in it or like it, writers, producers, directors. You can work with them on the spot, cooperate with them locally or internationally. The festival actually produced a lot of programs, or whether it was through it or BIF. They supported a lot of movies. They are nominated for the Oscar. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
أستاذ نرحب بكم في الحلقة نقاش حول إتقان اللعبة عالم رواد الرياضات الإلكترونية.
جوالاتكم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. كثير نسمع عن قطاع الرياضات الإلكترونية، لاعبين الرياضات الإلكترونية، أبطال العالم السعوديين في الرياضات الإلكترونية. اليوم جايين نتكلم معكم مع رواد قطاع رياضة المستقبل واللي قدروا يحولون قطاعهم من مجرد هواية إلى شغف ومهنة وقطاع واعد مستقبلا. باسمي واسمكم أرحب في هذا الجلسة بطلة العالم للجامعات لاعبة المنتخب السعودي اللاعبة نجد العياف. كذلك نرحب بطل العالم لأوفر واتش مدرب المنتخب السعودي وليد الشمالي.
Excuse me.
دام يصلح المايك ودنا.
Let's start with Najd. Meanwhile, would like you to tell about your career. You are a player in the Esports and female e-player. I would like to tell us how do you start and how Najd life started. My beginning was, let us say, it was a hobby at the beginning, at home. Turned it into profession in 2020. To profession when I had the chance to participate and to present the Saudi University's team. What helped me, in fact, to start is my household. All are players. My father is a player. So all are interested in this area. And it was the best beginning you can imagine, of course, in my life. You, Mr. Walid, for me the beginning was quite different. We all grown up in my age, my peers. We started in this PlayStation games, etc. All these esports with you and your friends, your cousins, with your brothers. You are always competing and trying to be the best, etc., etc. So then the games online game were introduced. So it is not only within the neighborhood. We entered into a different world, not only Saudi, but the whole world, the playground. So since then, the passion increased. They want to be the best. I have done want to be the best, want to be the top, and so on, and so forth. So thanks God we joined these activities. We reached into very leading positions. After that, we have different. We took a step back from the games and moved to another area, which is coaching, based on the experience I gained. Now I can become a coach, and because we have shortage in this area, we try to cover this gap. It is just it's just emerging sector, and thanks God, and because of my brother's support and my family support and friends, I managed to achieve great achievement, which is the World Cup for the e-gaming or e-gaming. It's with the same aspect, Mr. Walid. What is difference between you when you are a player and now you are a coach? The playing used to take much of my time. Playing games took much of your time. You have to always focus on the game, on different aspects, on other skills in these games. On the training side or coaching side, it gives you more administrative, more comprehensive approach under you at least 5 players, and the maximum could be 8 players. You have to know their psychology. You have to maintain their focus inside the game. You have to provide all with the assistance and support. And I was aware of something of this areas when I was a player, but I'm trying to control them within the team. But the best when you are doing to be like an additional eye to see have an overview. Of course, there is a big difference between being a player or being a coach, but with experience and practice, you gain more experience. Today, I'm still learning, and I'm aspiring to move forward in this area as training or other areas. And because knowledge is science, no matter how we did, then you're going to learn more. So it's not going to be standing still in your place. Of course, there is difference. However, for me, I love training more, coaching more than playing games. The question is always been presented or addressed by any player in the e-games player. During the establishment or when we were young, you hear that the e-games are just waste of time and they are going to destroy your future, etc. So how do you manage to overcome these obstacles and make them a professional source of income for you? In fact, it is difficult, especially because now at the beginning, this is just emerging sector. It's just beginning at the outset. So I have to say that we are lucky that we are at the beginning of this e-gaming. The competition was not high. You can get your chance. In addition to that, the family study, etc. You can overcome them if you manage to organize your time, identify your priorities. You can manage it. You can achieve in both areas, in your study side and in the e-game side as well. Today, I have a certificate. Not only I have a degree. Not only completed high school. No. I have continued to did my bachelor degree also. If you did not succeed in the e-sport or e-gaming, for instance, or e-sports, you have to have something to depend on. That is what I have now. That is what I did now. I have a degree now. I can understand the concern of the parents because they need the children to focus on study to guarantee his future. We can understand this concern. But at the end, it depends on the person himself. Either a player in this sport, you have to pay attention to this. You should not ignore his study and have to organize his time and get used to that. I can understand how to manage his time and know how to do his job. Not to fall short in his studying or in his esports. And then he can continue his career, continue to do his job or to continue the esports. Now, from the family side, you said it is from the father himself who's a player. He did not face any problem with the family, I believe, maybe with the community. Either because a female is an e-sport player or that are not focusing on the sport and forget about esports. How do you face that? At the beginning, before I won the first championship, it was difficult. From the community, I have support in the household, but the community is kind of closed community. From this perspective, particularly being a girl, being a female and playing, it was an issue. But after the first championship and the support we have received for us as females, as girls, it has been accepted. The idea was accepted within the community. It is normal that a girl can get involved in this sector. It's a supporting environment. So I think 80%. The situation has changed almost by like 80% before 2020 till date, 2024. I see there is acceptance to women involvement, girls involvement. A number of female players are increasing, and because of that, there is great acceptance. It was no problem for them; they can go and play for the girls. I don't think this is something wrong, and this is new area open for us as girls and for the youth in general. So maybe the closer we had before, because they did not, nobody was approaching them. Maybe when I came, I might have accelerated this openness and the acceptance to have female players in the esports. Also, back to Walid, points about studying. And thanks God that it is have many arms now. Mainly, it is learn in Saudi Academy for Esports. The academy teach you how to be a professional player in a specific sports, the sports you like, how to become trainer. I attended the course there in the academy. I told before, I repeat again and again, be careful. No matter how good you are, you have to learn, you have to master the thing you want. If you are fully understand the thing, but still there is something you are missing. So with the more learning, it will be clear for you. From this form, I'd like to thank the association. I'd like to thank them for this strategy which has been developed or produced for the sector, not only for championship to come and play and go, no. There is a concern or care for the new beginners in this game. And this one of my ideas, I would like to thank them, the association, and on top of them, Prince Faisal bin Bandar. He has did a great job for the sector, and we cannot forget what he did for the sector. Thank you. Based on the support issue, Najdi, you said that what are the areas and initiatives and support that benefited you and enabled you to continue in the sector, to continue this esports? In fact, each year I see the championships are increasing. I saw before there was one championship before in the play FIFA FC now. Then of the Saudi tournament, more than four different games, for female games only, female games. This is something very encouraging, that I can get my chance, I can get championship, and this is something make the female player continue, develop herself, because there is so many opportunities to get involved, to participate. Before we lacked such chances, but now I understand this year there is championship, X, Y, Z, championship, and so on and so forth. So I expect now this is a motive that will continue in this area, in this sector. From my side, about this championship issue, now we have 4 games, esports, e-games, that for female only. Of course, we have different other games for the male boys, of course, but this were allocated for the female youth to have different championship for females or women. This encourages girls to get involved in the sector, to participate in different championship. We can see champions like Najd and others in different other games that we have. So we go back to, we thank the association. We have to always thank the association for they have provided to us which really serves people in this sector. About the sustainability and support, what do you expect in the future of the esports in Saudi Arabia? The future is very promising. First of all, last year, I want to mention something here. Last year, by end of October, it was declared in Saudi Arabia in this Gamers season, Gamers 8, the World Cup for esports will be in Saudi Arabia. This went with 23rd October, I think. 2 weeks after that, we managed to win the World Cup, which was in Los Angeles. When it was declared, the World Cup in Saudi Arabia was declared, there is a very noise that Saudi is going to join that, is going to spoil. 2 weeks only, we won the World Cup in esports. We proved that we can do what we want to do, and we can even organize championship. We can take the championship to it from your home, from Los Angeles, and bring it back home. So this sector, the future of this sector is promising, very bright future, and we're very aspiring to look forward. This sector, it's within 2030 vision. So this sector has a promising future. I'm dedicating myself for this sector. At graduated from university, I put my degree aside. My whole time was dedicated for this sector. Why? Because I believe that this sector I can work and enjoy my work there. In addition to that, it has a promising future. I'm not just throwing myself, but in this sector, there's future in the sector, and you can find yourself in any part of it. About achieving the World Cup new virage, because you are a coach of the team who won the cup. There is always one important question: what are the most important skills that require to be with the players in this esports? What are the most skills in general? First of all, he has to be to continue. First of all, to be patient and continue. If you want to be a good player, he has to be patient and continue, and to play more, to practice more, to cover it from all angles. This is the most important point. Second point, his character with team, with his colleagues, should be always positive. At any team I work with, we try to create a very positive environment. Even if there is some issues between person and another, at the end, we want to reach into a good result because all of us will be happy. During the World Cup, we are focusing on that. Even if there is some differences between the players, of course, they are at match team. You can someone from different clubs, but within the team, we are one. We can achieve together and all be happy. This is our focus. For the players, first of all, in brief, is to continue playing, should not stop at all, to be patient, and continue. And we have to focus on the surrounding environment, should be very clean and healthy environment. Other issues will follow. Question to Najd. Now, we understand that now player of FC now, between each and every edition, there is many changes happened. The system of playing, the rules of playing, many things changed. Also, being each version or updating, there is many things changed. How you can ensure continuity of performance, and that at each updating or version you provide the best you can score the best result. We always need to have a coach like Walid. This is a basic. This is basis for these games. The coach teach me how can I cope up with this new version, how change my way of working. The most difficult part is the timing. We need time, in fact, a long time. Your whole day is 8 hours. Very had to focus for the game 2-3 weeks to move forward and get used to the game. The most difficult thing is time. If you give it the right time, everything is very easy. Just give it the right sufficient time. Walid, maybe the most difficult thing that you face at this point, how to face this time issue. It is difficult, really. When there is new update or new version, like the game I'm playing now, there is a new version, turn the situation upside down. What you use in the World Cup is not working now. So you have to study the system from over the very beginning and to compete in it and to move forward. It's difficult, of course. You have to have more, to have to read more, to see the changes, to understand different tricks. Each game played, there is some tricks. Like in the football, even the esports, there is so many tricks. You have to play on these tricks. The strength point in the game, to see other teams, how they do, and try to find the best formation to play against these teams. So you'll have overall comprehensive approach to this subject, and you can understand what you can do, etc., etc., which give you good steps and give you more chances to win. Might reach into a level that your team has skills. You might have equal skills, similar skills between your team. We played against Chinese team. As individuals, they can beat us. In fact, only maybe one or two of them individuals. But as a group, we managed to form a team through which you play and win. At 2-0, it was 2-0, turned it into 3. At the end, there is some tricks. If you manage to do them, then you can win the game. If you win the game, Nobody can defeat you. The Chinese team was trying to get started to lose and managed to win and won the World Cup. Finally, would like to add something? Najd, you want to add something? You may start. First of all, I'd like to thank you all the audience. I'd like to thank you, Ahmed, for well moderating of this wonderful, good questions. Thank you, Najd, for participating with us. Hope to see you more in the future, want to see in other championship locally and internationally. And Ahmed, want to see you more and meet you again and again to see what is your achievements also. Thank you all. I really enjoyed being today. I enjoyed this session. Thank you, really. Thank you, Ahmed. And thank you for this opportunity today. We talk about our beginnings. And that is it. Finally, I'd like to thank the world champions, you and thank you for being with us today and for good listening. And thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you all.